Vaya, 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 qué refrescante viernes tenemos el día de hoy. Muchas felicidades a todos ustedes que llegaron al viernes, lo logramos. Desde el lunes se veía imposible esta misión, pero estamos aquí, es viernes. Feliz viernes a todos ustedes. Bienvenidos a otro casino del tío Salo, donde por supuesto vamos a analizar todos los precios de absolutamente todo lo que necesiten para poder llevarnos una cuanta lana a casa. Con el buen Alex, tal vez Farhan no vaya a venir el día de hoy, pero vamos a ver cómo se desarrolla todo esto. El día de hoy quiero platicar de esto es el fin, antes de, por supuesto, ir al casino del tío Salo. Como siempre, ¿cómo puedo acercarme a esto? Esto es el fin, se refiere a la pregunta de esto es el fin del mercado alcista. Ya llegamos a ese blow of top del que hablas cuando llega el precio a algo hasta arriba. Por ejemplo, ahorita en Bitcoin, mercado en altos históricos tradicionales, los índices, etcétera. Nvidia creando nuevos máximos, etcétera. Esto es el final y vengo a responder la pregunta para todos ustedes. Si quieres ahorrarte todo el video, la respuesta es no. Esto todavía va a seguir, ¿ok? Ahora les voy a explicar esto. Para los que me han estado viendo desde hace un rato, esto es para ustedes. Y la razón por qué no voy a decir, en este canal hemos estado haciendo esto, porque no les estoy diciendo que me copien. Honestamente, les estoy diciendo y dando mi punto de vista para que ustedes hagan su análisis y espero que les esté saliendo bien las cosas. Es todo, ¿ok? Entonces, cuando hablo de yo, mi, es porque soy un narcisista de mierda. Mi ego está fuera de control y solamente quiero hablar de mí, ¿ok? Voy a empezar con esto. Hemos empezado a navegar el mercado de una forma, yo lo veo como ajedrez en 4D, ¿no? Pero también soy un gran pendejo, así que es más sencillo que eso. Simplemente escuchando las narrativas, combinándolo con un poco de educación financiera, nos ayuda muchísimo a entender a dónde va el mercado. Y creo que si no lo han visto este último año, vamos a estar un poco perdidos en todo lo que hacemos, ¿ok? El año pasado, cuando todo el mundo nos decía o me decía, Trump, va a entrar al mercado el presidente Donald Trump, el mercado no puede bajar. No puede bajar, no puede. Me salí del mercado y luego tuvieron un gran bajadón. Le echaron la culpa a las potentes, a los aranceles. Y en este momento todavía hay gente hablando de los aranceles. Si estás escuchando esos canales, hazlo por diversión, de corazón. Todavía, si hay gente hablando de los aranceles, por el amor de Dios, ¿ok? Vinieron los aranceles y bajó la bolsa. Todo el mundo creyó que fue por la guerra comercial, entre comillas, cuando no es cierto. Simplemente después de un gran mercado alcista con euforia como la viste, tiene que haber un gran ajuste, carnal. Y se vino el gran ajuste. Compré el fondo del gran ajuste en un par de cosillas. Me quería meter más y me dio un poco de avaricia en entradas duras, pero no puedo quejarme. Literalmente compré el fondo de lo que compré. Entonces, no me voy a poner a llorar acá. Y de ahí vimos una recuperación brutal en Bitcoin y de ahí seguido con el mercado. La narrativa en ese entonces era que cuando Bitcoin empezó a subir y el mercado seguía abajo, que Bitcoin se había deslindado de seguir al mercado normal y que Bitcoin se había convertido en otra cosa. Esta es otra narrativa que construyen cada vez que no quieren que te des cuenta que simplemente Bitcoin va adelante y el mercado lo va a seguir al mismo lugar. Y les dije, altos históricos han sido prometidos por Bitcoin. Y nos lo dio, el mercado llegó a altos históricos una vez más. Esto también viene acompañado de las narrativas que habíamos escuchado todo el año de que venía más inflación. Ahora, si ponen atención a lo que están buscando hacer con estas narrativas, porque acuérdense, estamos mal educados muchísimos de nosotros. ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso? De que son unos hijos de perra y que sus mamás los odian. No. Estamos mal educados en el sentido que nos han dado información y han hecho cosas nuestros amantes gobernantes, nuestra Reserva Federal, nuestros bancos centrales, que literalmente nos han enseñado lo contrario. Nos han demostrado lo contrario a lo que deberíamos esperar. Por ejemplo, en este momento, ¿cuánta gente aquí no está esperando a que por favor impriman un chingo de dinero para que tengas más dinero? ¿Cuántos? Sean honestos, no seas cabrón, Benito, te estoy viendo. ¿Tú quieres que impriman más dinero para que todo suba otra vez? ¿Sí o no? ¿Sí o no? Ok. Ahora que me echo para atrás. Eso causó la inflación más destructiva de toda la destructiva de toda la historia en los tiempos modernos de nuestra sociedad. Pero tú quieres que suban de precio tus NFTs. ¿Me entiendes? Eso está mal. Nos han educado a eso y es lo que la gente está esperando. Y también lo que nos enseñaron fue, cuando imprimimos y bajamos tasas, el mercado va a tener que subir. Y va a venir una gran sorpresa para mucha gente que no está puesta ahí, ¿ok? Ahora, ¿por qué compramos el fondo? ¿Por qué compré el fondo del mercado al principio de este año? Bueno, no al principio, ya saben, a la mitad del año. Porque Donald Trump salió a decirme que iba a haber la recesión más hermosa del mundo. Y cuando Donald Trump sale y me está diciendo y calentando los huevos de que va a venir una recesión, después también todos los banqueros salen a decir que va a haber una recesión, tengo que echarme al otro lado de la jugada cuando estoy viendo y platicando con la gente en la calle que me está repitiendo todo lo que vieron en las noticias de que esto se va a poner peor. Voy a comprar. Lo siento, es más fácil de lo que todo el mundo se los hace pensar y ver, honestamente. ¿Ok? Entonces, con todo, una vez más, la guerra comercial continúa. Es prendida, pagada, tú tienes esto, a ti te pongo esos, tú me pones estos, no hay nada que ha sido solucionado. Esta es una de las narrativas más estúpidas del planeta, honestamente, y tristemente la veo en todos los encabezados de todo. Esto es algo que quieres eliminar ruido de tu vida, no tiene sentido alguno que pongas atención, a menos de que tu negocio necesita ser ¿cómo se dice? Adecuarse de acuerdo a reglas de ello. Pero si tienes un negocio y tienes que importar, exportar a ciertos lugares, esto lo sabes. Nadie te está diciendo nada, crack. Ahora, la trampa maligna y lo hijo de puta de todo esto fue el haberle dicho a la gente con esta guerra comercial, güey, la inflación se va a disparar. Una vez más, tienes la inflación cerca que te dieron con lo que hicieron al imprimir 40% de todo el dinero que existía en el 2020. Te están diciendo, la inflación se va a disparar cuando nadie tiene dinero. Y esta narrativa de la inflación, ya te la puedo probar instantáneamente, ¿no? Que salieron, y solamente me gusta usar Ford de ejemplo porque honestamente se me hace una de las empresas más dinosaurias que existe. Y me he dado cuenta en este canal que cuando el gobierno dice algo y luego salen las empresas más grandes del rubro a acompañar lo que el gobierno está diciendo, están mintiéndonos. Como lo hicieron con lo de todo el mundo va a tener que regresar a la oficina, se viene, lo nuevo va a ser que todo el mundo vaya a hacer que todos sus empleados regresen a la oficina. Sí, y luego sale Disney, sale Jeff Bezos, sale Elon Musk, salen todas estas personas a apoyarlo. Cuando ves eso, nos están mintiendo, están construyendo una narrativa para que nosotros hagamos algo, ¿ok? ¿Cuál es la narrativa para que nosotros hagamos algo? Te contaron que venía inflación, te lo han contado. Cuando vino la inflación, por 2 años la negaron. Ya que estaba aquí, la intentaron negar y dijeron, bueno, va a ser transitoria. Y ya que llegó al tope de topes que no se movía, fue de, bueno, pues ya todo el mundo lo puede ver en la calle, lo ve en todos lados, sí hay inflación, ¿no? Pero ahora son muy buen pedo y te están diciendo que va a venir inflación. Y todos nuestros grandes cracks que analizan la bolsa y que no tienen un negocio, o tal vez tengan negocios, pero no pongan atención a nada, no se dan cuenta que cuando te están advirtiendo que va a venir inflación, volteas y ves que toda tu bodega está llena de inventario. Es imposible que haya inflación. Es imposible. Eso quiere decir que no hay nadie que pueda comprar lo que ya tienes ahí a tus precios del día de hoy. Y han engañado a la gente brutalmente con la idea de que los precios pueden subir mágicamente ya, de que lo que pida la empresa por lo que le cueste, van a tener que subir los precios. Es mentira, es una de las mentiras más gordas que hemos visto últimamente. Y de nuevo, nada bueno que los pacos te sigan repitiendo esto porque se sigue contagiando todo el mundo de esta mala información. Ahora, ¿qué fue lo que le hicieron a toda la gente? La hicieron comprar absolutamente más inventario antes de que subieran sus precios. ¿Cómo funcionó eso? Ya estoy empezando a escuchar a gente que está empezando a intentar pensar en cerrar su negocio. Porque tienen demasiado inventario, no tienen ventas entrando, no subieron sus precios, tienen que descontar todo y nadie está comprándoles nada. ¿Ok? Entonces, cuando escuchamos al gobierno decir eso, va a venir nueva inflación, puro palo fue para hacer eso. Bien, ¿por qué están haciendo eso? Porque necesitan gasto. Están intentando hacerle esto a todo el mundo de todo su dinero en este momento por si nadie se ha dado cuenta todavía. Es literalmente lo que están haciendo. ¿Y cómo les digo eso? Viene Ford una de las empresas más dinosaurias de Estados Unidos, y le dice a todo el mundo, güey, vengan a comprar sus coches, les vamos a dar descuento de empleado antes de tener que subir los precios, porque todo el mundo sabe que las agencias de coches son los negocios más transparentes, honestos y a los que más ayudan a sus clientes. Por eso a todo el mundo le encanta entrar a una agencia y negociar el comprar un coche. Entonces Ford, muy buena onda, vino y le dijo a todo el mundo, oigan, vamos a subir precios, así que compren todos sus coches de una vez en descuentos. Y ahí ha habido una gran cantidad de pacos para la gente que esté entrando por primera vez y que no sé por qué este sea tu primer video aquí, pero bienvenido. Pacos son, así se llamaba el perico que tenía de chiquito y repetía todo lo que le decía. Entonces Paco no tenía como un vocabulario fuera de lo que yo le decía y repetía. Todos los Pacos son todos tus noticieros favoritos, tus periódicos favoritos y ahora también todas tus personas en redes sociales que literalmente te leen las noticias tal cual. Esa no es una opinión, eso es un Paco repitiéndote todo lo que escucharon. Ninguna de estas personas tienen criterio propio si siguen hablando de aranceles todavía creando inflación, porque no están viendo la destrucción económica que han causado. ¿Ok? Ford le dice a todo el mundo, ven a comprar tu coche. Ahí van los pacos, le dicen a todo el mundo y todo el mundo va y compra su coche. ¿Qué ocurrió aquí? El gobierno está creando o está fomentando que la gente vaya a gastar por adelantado antes de todo esto. Vale, todo el mundo va y lo compra. ¿Qué pasa inmediatamente después? Se desploma las ventas en todo. Porque la gente fue y se adelantó, porque ¿por qué le diría mentiras el gobierno y los pacos a todo el mundo de que tienen que venir a comprar ahora antes de que se acabe el dinero? La gente queda así y dice, ya no podemos comprar nada. Vale, ok. Pasan unos meses de muy malos resultados. ¿Y qué es lo que ahora que está ofreciendo Ford? Está ofreciendo nada por cero por... no tienes que dar nada de dinero por adelantado, no tienes que pagar nada de intereses y están dando promociones como locos. Esto está trayendo a la gente de vuelta. ¿Alguien me puede decir de dónde va a traer la inflación esto cuando están bajando los precios? Pero tu Paco favorito sigue muy cometido a su guerra comercial y arancelaria, porque 2 más 2 sí son 4. Claro, pero te falta contexto entender de por qué 2 más 2 son 4, en qué situación estamos hablando. Cuando la gente habla de aranceles, para que sepan, fundamentalmente tienen razón. Me cuesta más importar algo, debería de cobrar más al cliente. El problema es el cliente no tiene más dinero. Y esto no es la primera vez que ocurre, esto ocurre normalmente en todos los negocios, es natural. Tú no empiezas un negocio para vender agua y vende una botella de agua por $1,000,000. Ese es mi precio inicial y todo el mundo la va a comprar porque es el precio que yo decidí. El mercado dictamina el precio. Si te empieza a ir bien, puedes empezar a subir de precios. Pero si la gente no te está comprando, va a haber alguien que venda más barato que tú y te saque del mercado. Entonces tienes que buscar ese delicioso balance. Y la cosa es, nadie está comprando nada ahorita. Están comprando fuera de miedo de que van a subir los precios y es el engaño más grande que le están haciendo a todos. ¿Ok? Ahora, con esto dicho, tuvimos un primer cuarto, y estos son solamente narrativas, damas y caballeros. Narrativas es lo que estamos siguiendo. Las noticias no son noticias, son narrativas. ¿Qué es lo que ellos quieren? Primer cuarto, fomentan importaciones. Quieren que todo el mundo compre de otros países para llenar sus inventarios que no pueden vender. Vale, ¿qué crea eso? Un PIB negativo. Nos dan el PIB negativo. Vean, recesión, todo se va a ir al culo, el mercado sube. Lo contrario. ¿Ok? Ahora, vienen los resultados del segundo cuarto. Los resultados del segundo cuarto, y se los dije, por la empujada ¿cómo se llama? Porque ahora estamos viendo al pasado, por la empujada a toda esta gente de todos los pacos con un gran labor de vayan a comprar de una vez cosas, eso va a dar un PIB brutalmente alcista. Al mismo tiempo, en las noticias, estás viendo que están intentándote sacar del mercado con noticias como, ¿ya vieron cuánta gente está comprando Amazon Prime? El día de Amazon Prime está abajo un 40%. No sé qué día sea en Amazon donde hay descuentos y todo el mundo está compartiendo esta noticia. Y me dicen, ¿qué quiere decir en esta noticia? Te quieren hacer vender. ¿Qué pasa instantáneamente después? Altos históricos de Bitcoin, 117, 118 mil dólares. Y se los dije, vamos a llegar a esta fase y va a haber un blow off top junto con el dólar. ¿Por qué? porque la misma gente que te está diciendo que vayas a comprar de una vez, te está diciendo que es el fin del dólar y que nadie quiere comprar la deuda de Estados Unidos, cuando literalmente este problema ya se resolvió y por alguna razón le suena a ciencia ficción a todo el mundo. Ahora, el resolver el problema de la deuda no quiere decir que no va a haber expansión de la misma. No quiere decir que vaya a haber menos gasto de gobierno. No. No quiere decir que algo vaya a cambiar. No. Eso quiere decir que todo lo que has visto desde el 2009 hasta ahora va a continuar. ¿Ok? Pero el problema grande de Estados Unidos era quién va a comprar nuestra deuda. Nosotros. Estilo Japón, estilo Japón. Nosotros, a través del Genius Act, con lo de los stablecoins, a través del tiempo para poder absorber la mayor cantidad de papel flotante. ¿Ok? Eso quiere decir, básicamente y sencillamente, que la gente, los bancos y las empresas gigantes que tienen que sacar sus moneditas estables, tienen que comprar nuestra deuda, ¿no? Los cupones de deuda que estén flotando en el mercado. Y eso arregla ese problema. Pero nadie te lo está diciendo. Todo el mundo está muy enfocado en que viene la inflación y la estanflación. Que, por cierto, el último año y cacho ha sido estanflación. Es cuando tienes inflación alta y no tienes crecimiento. Y es brutal que gente que fue a la escuela para esto, tíos, profesionales, les estén diciendo que viene la estanflación. ¿En dónde están viviendo? ¿En qué tipo de realidad de Mickey Mouse los tienen? Y esto es lo importante para todos ustedes de entender es, cuando queremos estudiar economía, cuando queremos aprender, cuando queremos romperla en este sector, en poder entender el mercado, es más fácil de lo que te cuentan. Pregúntale a gente que tiene negocios cómo vas. Ve cuántos de tus amigos están comprando más cosas o no tienen dinero o se quejan de que tienen deuda. Ve a cuántos de tus amigos están cerrando sus negocios. Eso es la economía. No lo que te cuenta Jerome Powell de nada, cabrón. Eso es para poner atención cuando hacen locuras. Ahora, inflación por impresión o lo que sea, no va a venir de la nada. Recuerda que la última vez imprimieron 40% de todo el dinero de un día a otro. Eso fue lo que causó esta inflación. La inflación a través del tiempo continúa ocurriendo, pero es inflación targeteada. ¿A qué me refiero? Es inflación enfocada. Y esta inflación enfocada va enfocada a las industrias que tienen esos incentivos. ¿A qué me refiero? Bienes raíces. Tienes el costo de pedir dinero muy barato para comprar una casa. Los bancos están encantados de la vida de crear deuda para poder darte esa casa. ¿Qué sector crees que se va a inflar? Ese. Es lo que pasó con los coches, hicieron todo esto. Y ahora, para todo esto les había dicho, después de esto vamos a tener un blow of top. Un blow of top es cuando el precio de algo sube aceleradamente una vez más, como lo que vimos con Trump al fin, cuando todo el mundo dijo, este mercado ya no puede caer, que yo vendí. Es básicamente estamos esperando otro de esos. Y ahora, ¿esto cuándo lo espero? Es imposible darte una fecha, pero estoy esperando a que haya una euforia asquerosa en el mercado. Todavía no hay euforia. Todavía nadie me manda un mensaje de las personas que conozco a preguntarme si tienen que comprar esto. Todavía no existe esa euforia. Todavía no acaban. El resultado del PIB fue otra parte de la narrativa que están construyendo. Están construyendo la idea de inflación para que creas que la bolsa va a continuar subiendo también. También lo están haciendo con el PIB que te van a dar, que va a ser de este tamaño. Y eso también va a empujar esa euforia. También te están diciendo que la economía está tan bien que Jerome Powell no tiene que bajar los intereses. Y eso no es cierto tampoco. La gente está en la mierda. Pero les voy a decir esto. Una vez que tengamos ese tope, lo que sigue, y es lo que yo les había dicho, debería de ser la declaración de la situación en la que estamos y una reacción. Ahora, mucha gente cree, y esto lo tenemos que ver, cuando nos hicimos ricos en el 2020 de la noche a la mañana, la gente fue y compró coche, después compró casa, después compró acciones, después compró criptos y después compró fotos de monitos que se llaman NFTs. ¿Ok? ¿Qué es lo que estás viendo en este momento? NFTs en la mierda. Cripto, solamente Bitcoin arriba, todas las demás están abajo comparado con lo de antes, ¿no? Honestamente, dominancia Bitcoin, etcétera. Casas empiezan a bajar de precio. ¿Qué es lo primero que te deshaces? Tus coches también se empiezan a ir a la mierda. Y ahora, ¿qué estamos viendo? El mercado de los coches, el mercado de las casas ya estancado, ya completamente sin movimiento. Y del otro lado, el mercado de los coches está ya llegando ahí. Y estos son los grandes bienes de ticket grande. Eso quiere decir que tienen un costo grande, que cuando vendes buenas cantidades de coches, tienes un muy buen número de ¿cómo se llama? Ayuda mucho a tu PIB en general y todo esto, ¿no? Y la razón por qué es porque se ve muchísimo volumen de comercio, de dinero moviéndose, pero es porque es un coche cuesta 50, 70, 100 mil dólares, lo que quieras, ¿no? Puedes entender eso, que vender zapatos te va a costar mucho más llegar a esos números de gross comparado con un coche. Y ya los coches están estancados a tal punto que están intentando hacer todo lo posible para hacer que la gente compre con narrativas pendejas. Eso me está diciendo que el dinero se está acabando ya por fin. No vayan a cometer este error, porque todo el mundo los tienen mal educados en este momento. Los tienen y los han educado de esta forma a propósito, donde te dicen, cuando bajen los intereses, las casas van a subir de precio como locas. No es cierto. Hay mucha gente atorada en su casa. Hay mucha gente atorada en su coche. Cuando bajen los intereses, es porque algo muy malo pasó en total de la economía. Y estos intereses al bajar van a crear una inundación de inventario en casas y en coches que va a hacer que todo se desplome, al contrario de todo lo que te ha dicho tu Paco favorito. ¿Ok? Y ahora yo sé que tu Paco favorito hizo todo su dinero en la subida del 2000, de la última década en bienes raíces y vendió el tope. Estoy seguro de ello, porque si no, ¿por qué hablarían de eso como expertos? Pero, Dios, dense cuenta de esto. Seguimos para adelante. Todavía no nos dan el resultado del PIB. Todavía no hay la narrativa de que esta economía es imparable. Y eso es lo que tiene que ser la narrativa. La economía es una mierda. Está hecha cagada. La gente no tiene dinero. Nadie tiene para nada. Nadie está comprando en nada. Pero todo esto son narrativas. Y en este canal ponemos atención a las tablas y a la narrativa. Y con eso hemos navegado este mercado bastante bien. Honestamente, este año es el mejor de todos que hemos tenido por acá. Y con eso los dejo antes de irnos al casino del tío Salo con Alex, que ya anda por acá. Lo tengo mareado al cabrón, pero los quiero invitar para todos ustedes que se quieran, sean traders o no, se quieran hacer traders, lo que gusten, un buen lugar donde empezar es viniendo a platicar con nuestra comunidad. Cáiganle a nuestro Discord. Es absolutamente gratis, tío. Y también tienes el enlace aquí abajo en la descripción. Es súper fácil de usar. Odio Discord, pero es fácil de usar. Odio Discord porque la gente me trata como si fuera su empleado personal. Por eso lo odio, pero es muy fácil de usar. Aquí tienes todos los menús del lado izquierdo, los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, tienes anuncios, criptolingo, porque hay muchas cosas acá que están abreviadas que mucha gente no entiende. Criptolingo te va a dar las respuestas de eso. Ahora, para hablar el lenguaje de acá, si estás viendo los videos y no entiendes, vas a tener que aprender las bases de trading para poder hacer eso. Tenemos obviamente nuestro curso solamente para que lo entiendas, porque pues sí, te doy las abreviaciones, pero hay cosas que no entenderás. Es importante poder entender el lenguaje de esto. Pero primero date una mojada por acá. Acá tenemos a Mango, tenemos a todo el mundo en el chat general. Vengan a platicar, por supuesto. Ahí está la Mango señal. Vamos a ponerla en fuerte. Esto es lo mejor de todo, que la gran mayoría de ustedes, bola de cabrones jovencillos, no sabe qué es esto, no sabe de dónde viene esta escena. Vengan a compartir sus P&L cards con nosotros también. Vamos a ver cómo van. Uy, 950%, nada mal, gato. Johnny, bien, vámonos, para arriba todos, bien. O es que estas jugadas honestamente estuvieron bastante sencillonas. Este subidongo ha sido muy fácil hacer dinero estos últimos días, así que felicidades a todos ustedes. Un 92%, Johnny, bien hecho, perro, bien hecho. ¿Dónde está Tomatito? ¿Qué le pasó a Tomatito? No estaba en la computadora cuando empezó a subir el precio. XRP, pero esto es boludo, tío. Boludo, bien hecho. Solana, 414%. Víctor, felicidades, perro. Eres un crack, un crack. Pues vengan, caigan acá. También tienen nuestros enlaces. Aquí abajo tenemos este torneo de trading de BTCC que está a punto de acabar, donde solamente habían ¿cuántos? 54 participantes. Faltan 4 días y 2 horas para poder ganarte hasta $60,000 en USDT. Aquí abajo pone absolutamente todo cómo se está repartiendo los rewards para todos ustedes si quieren participar. Y si quieres aprender cómo usar esos exchanges de futuros que nosotros usamos para hacer cortos, largos en cripto y también en acciones, porque tenemos de los dos, puedes meterte a Tutos Y en tutos te va a poner cómo tradear en Bluffing, brother. Acá te metes un video de 5 minutitos, te enseña cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo pasar el dinero, cómo usarla perfectamente, etcétera. Y acá tienes un enlace buenísimo que te va a ayudar que te va a llevar al sitio y te puedes registrar con él y eso te va a dar todos los beneficios de nuestra comunidad. Y si tenemos torneos de trading como el pasado que tuvimos en Bluffing, lo vas a tener. Bluffing es solamente criptomonedas. BTCC, cuando veas aquí abajo en la descripción, es el que tiene también encima acciones como Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, Microsoft, Google, etcétera, y también Forex, para que lo sepan. Sí, aquí estamos en el E-Trading Academy. Todo esto es absolutamente gratis y la mejor forma de aprovechar el E-Trading Academy, en mi opinión, si no sabes las bases de trading y no hablas lo que estamos nosotros hablando y no lo entiendes, ve el curso, 1 hora 40 minutos, cabrón, de tu día, y con eso vas a aprender absolutamente todo lo que estamos platicando. Y cuando veas estos videos gratis que hacemos, puedes tomar ventaja porque damos trades todos estos videos. Voy a traer a Alex y vámonos, damas y caballeros. Good morning, sir.
Yo, what up? How we doing?
Oh, thank God. I'm good. I did plug in my headphones today.
Yeah, your audio is good.
Listen, I'm a fucking genius. All right? No. Only because I made it work today of all days. Excellent. Dude, what a motherfucking pump. It's like
now we have a market, right? I mean, it's like, damn, we knew volatility was coming.
All over
now
our
it's
faces.
To the upside. And now in hindsight, it's like, it kind of was obvious, but I'll go over that today.
Let's go. Let's
check this out, because and I really do want to backtrack this entire analysis, kind of see what I was looking at, the easy flip-flop and what we can do moving forward. Because as we keep going higher up, you're going to start seeing a lot of FOMO enter the markets. And we absolutely just want to be aware of kind of what the environment is like and what's possibly brewing. So, we were within this range for quite a while on Bitcoin. We were identifying that this mean channel was pretty much holding really nicely, i.e. resistance, lower highs. Up until this point, we did understand that in July, we were going to see a parabolic move up or down. And that was just solely based on the fact that we had volatility on basically all time frames contracted. If you look at the daily, we had volatility heavily contracted and nearing 0%. Then we go to the 2-day, right? And this actually did have All right, sorry about that. I guess the internet wanted to reset there. You guys hear me now?
Now you're back.
Check. Okay, cool. So remember, the daily was at almost nearing zero volatility. So we had the daily. The 2-day actually had it multiple sessions all throughout here. 2-day close, zero volatility. 2-day close, zero volatility. 2-day close. Like all of these were at 0%. And then we keep going on, right? And we just see moving forward, we just kept seeing this all the way up until a monthly, telling us that a major move across the board is coming. Now, for me, when we were going on in this daily chop here, we identified a range. This range is, let me delete all these so we can see that really clearly. I'll put these all back on real fast, but this was the range really simply. We can have little mid ranges and tiny little micro ranges within a big range, but overall, this was the range we were playing. Anytime we'd go up to the 109.3 to 109.8, we would solidly reject that after SFPing here, right? Went up to it, rejected, came down, bottom of the range. This was right around 103.1. And this was very important to see because we understood that if 103.1 gets lost, and at this point it was right around the daily EMA 34, really good confluence of a move down to the daily EMA 100. But what we had was chop. We actually did lose the daily EMA 34 and 103.1, but then the next day leading to a reclaim, putting us back within this range. So then when, often with SFPs, you often go to the top of the range, which you did. And then here you again deviated it. Bulls could not reclaim 109.8. And then we broke down. We looked at this as a short zone. We took that. And then at that point, we had that really nice move down to the daily EMA 100. We were always watching for this daily EMA 100 to get tested. Because I remember when we broke out right in this region here, when we were in the low 87s, 88K, we actually broke out, reclaiming the daily EMA 100 represented by this green line. We then broke out massively. This was a 6% candle on the day. And then from that point, we just kind of kept moving up. Now, we understood, though, from this point here that, well, eventually this reclaim is going to mean that we are going to test the daily EMA 100 and even possibly the SMA 200. So then all throughout this zone, we're just like realizing that this still is a real possibility that can get tested. And it really wasn't until we got within this range where it started to really become identifiable that, yeah, the EMA 100 has moved up closer to the bottom of the range where it was at 89,000. Now it's all the way at 99,000. That was significant for us because we understood as well, 99.8 was a big zone before we broke down here in February. So it kind of just tied nicely with, well, the daily EMA 100 has to get tested. We've seen this before in, the bull market where you get back above the daily EMA 100, you don't test it for a while, and then you do test it. And right, this is not the best example because you didn't really break out from here, but still, nevertheless, it gave you a pretty nice trade up. This was a 9% trade in one day. Better example is this. In the beginnings of this bull market, you broke out. You never tested the daily EMA 100, but you would have always been aware that you would need to test it eventually. Just represented here, broke out, never tested it. The SMA 200 held, and then we moved up. And then it wasn't until we got to this point when Bitcoin almost hit $50,000 where everyone started to call the top was in. This was it. We then went down 21%, but what continued to hold? The daily EMA 100. And I remember this example really well because I longed it. And this gave us a really easy trade. So when we had hit the daily EMA 100 at this point, same exact scenario happened. Everyone got bearish. Elite Trading Academy understood that this needed to get lost to really open up that 95.5. We never lost it. And even more so, you only really flirted with it this one day. And then that was it. You broke out, expanded, used 99.8 as a spring. That was the bullish scenario. Got back within this range, SFP. That took you to the top side of this range, 109.8. And then this is when things become really interesting. Because at this point, we understood that, well, we're now identifying that 5-day. And I talked about it a lot. The 5-day here, once we got back within this range after hitting the daily EMA 100, okay, we understood this would take us back to the top side of the range. But then this rejection here was very crucial to understand that, well, in theory here, I'm identifying potentially a lower high with a lower low. Now, in theory, you needed a lower high at this point, right into this region here. As long as, because where am I getting these red lines? Well, we can really look at the wicks here. So on the lower time frames, I got this one, but the 5-day was represented on this high. Because remind yourself, it was a potential downtrend in the making. We had a wick high rejection. You came down. You went up. You still could not take out these wick highs, leading to a full sweep of these lows. Wick loaded. That was a trend shift in my book. And then here you had that rally up. This hit resistance, but what was very interesting to see is you actually didn't break this wick high. You got very close to it. This, in my opinion, led us to be able to scale really big shorts in this zone using this wick high as a stop loss. And that trade worked well. We did end up dumping quite a lot, actually. The issue was what? Well, when we're now looking at the daily, and I start putting back all the meme lines, right? Let's just do that real fast. Oh, God. I guess we looked through a lot. There we go. There we go. We start actually looking, right? Because, okay, we looked at this wick high. We shorted. We knew that the stop loss needed to be here. What occurred on that rejection down? Well, we talked about the fact that 107.5 to 108K flat needed to get lost to really open up the move to 106K. Going to 106K would mean that you're back within this meme channel that we identified off the backs of low volatility. If you went back to the range lows, most likely is not going to hold. But that didn't occur. And then this is where it becomes kind of obvious, in my opinion now, what the trade should have been. So through here, I was very short. And because my stop loss allowed me to be short, it was literally less than, it was peanuts. I mean, 0.1% on that stop. I did make nice money, but right here is where we should have flipped long, in my opinion. I should have scaled longs here, and there's a few reasons why. The daily EMA 9 never got lost. You did aggressively dump here, but again, you just never lost the daily EMA 9. And this is highly significant because we identified how strong the daily EMA 9 was during this breakout around the low 88,000s all the way up to all-time high, essentially just held it. You had aggressive dumps down, but even here, you just never lost the daily EMA 9 before breaking out. You then as well, you had a meme line channel and we were watching this. We just couldn't break it. Whenever you get these aggressive moves down that are just getting bought up, where you're seeing wicks, identifiable wicks on the daily, this often is, these are predatory moves for shorts, because shorts are correct. Yes, you are right. I was right. I was making money here and making money here. You are identifying lower highs on the daily. But the issue is you actually never even had in this region here, you never actually had the loss of the last higher low. This just put in bullish structure. And how you know that this was bullish structure is the fact that the daily 9 held. The daily 9 often is a nice spot to kind of gauge if, right, bullish markets, if we're in a bull market, bullish sentiment or not. If you're under the daily 9 and you're chopping between the 21, this just means chop. This doesn't mean you get a breakdown. Whenever you lose the 9, you get a move to the 21. You very well could bounce off that, get chopped. But whenever you're holding solidly above the daily 9, not closing below it, this is your indication of strength. And then you need to be segueing into, are we putting in structure, bullish structure? And we did. We had consistent higher lows. We made a low here, didn't take out that last low, didn't even take out this last low. You had the breakout. Lastly, yesterday we talked about an easy trigger, which actually I got the idea from Crown. It's a simple 5-day setup that actually can help you when volatility is low, and it's simply based on the 5-day EMA 9. You actually, even in this range here, never lost the 5-day EMA 9 once it got reclaimed. That just often gives you easy trades, as long as once you lose the 5-day 9 and then reclaim it and hold it, these often do lead to breakout moves in bull markets. Lose it, reclaim it, held it, breakout. So where are we now? Well, yesterday we understood that as well with the Academy stream, that the 5-day median was a magnet for price, and it has been a magnet for price. Since we've lost it here, you've had rallies up that essentially took you to the 5-day median. Excuse me. And you've seen this here, where you went up, you rejected, and then here you went up, you rejected. You never really went up on this side, but I'm looking at this as kind of the start of that, right? It's like the rally up, boom, you hit it. Here, this 5-day, you actually closed above it. And then we saw that 5-day median shift all the way up to 116. And then that's where we, essentially have found price around that 5-day median. Now we are above it by $2,000. But as we get higher, $2,000, $1,000 moves are going to become less and less significant because, now Bitcoin's at $118,000. So where are we now? Well, we have pretty big setups brewing, and all of the analysis that we had on low volatility, big moves, 30% coming hasn't changed. A 30% move is still coming. And let's actually check the 5-day to really guide us on this. So we still have, actually, which is kind of humorous, 5-day volatility at extreme lows. Now, we've seen this before, where we can easily start expanding and then chop around, reset again before actually breaking out. Anyone who was here during August, September 2024 remembers this, right? Anytime you thought that 5-day was finally firing off, it wouldn't. Until we did reset it, and then we fired off, putting in bullish structure, breaking out. So all we've really seen now is the 2-day and the daily fire off, and that's kind of why we're going up. The 2-day is finally firing off, and this is significant because, well, look at how many zero reads we had. When was the last time we've had, let's see here, this was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 session lows on the 2-day. Let's see. I really don't like counting these, but 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's something. It's like in this environment, we had actually we had 10 session lows. Where were we in this zone? Okay. So this was the 2022 FTX, I believe, collapsed. Volatility started to fire up. Bitcoin broke down, leading to that move down to 15K. So, this had 1 to 2 more. It's going to bother me. Let me read it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You know, had 8, 9, 10. So this had 3 more sessions. That went down 26%. Where's 8? I'm sure we've had 8. Just can't not have 8. Let's see. This is 10. So a little more in this environment. But again, still 1 above, 2 above what we have. We have 8. Let's see here. That was a 26% move again. We just really have none. This is too much. It'd be cool if you could like filter it out and you could type in so it could show you like the sessions with 8, so we can get more of kind of a an environment that we're in now. But regardless, it still is 8. We've seen so far 26% moves on 10 and even 11. So at this point, how much have we gone up from expansion? We've gone up 8%. So really, it seems to me like 20 to 18% isn't out of the question. That does put you around $130,000 to $131,000. I know we've heard this one before, right? If you go to the 5-day, not the 10-day, this would actually take us to the top of the 38.2%. So what am I doing now? Well, yesterday we were talking about the median. The median was right at this point here. And this was significant because this was exactly where June 9th high was. And so what did we want moving forward? Well, for the Academy, we really wanted to see that SR flip around 109.3 to 109.8. We did understand that a pullback around here was likely, but that pullback was probably going to lead to an aggressive buyback that's in the spring, essentially, and it did. Now, the median here is what actually held along with June 9th high. That 110,800, 600, my apologies, held. We saw that kind of be a wick high rejection here, and that was based on this one in June 9th. You can just keep extending it out. So, right, this was solid resistance. I wanted personally this to be tested. Does it mean it won't? No, definitely does not mean it won't. But when you have a breakout now that's occurring, the 2-day volatility is expanding, while you still have a 3-day very freshly, I believe, expanding now. On top of it, the 5-day hasn't even expanded yet, telling you that at minimum you should see 130,000 once the 5 days reclaimed. How can we start interpreting a new trade? Because the Academy long did not fill, unfortunately. I had a long right here, and of course it just did not fill. But on the Academy stream, we did talk about this. If this really is like gonna break out again, the median is most likely gonna hold, taking you to 114,000. That was my idea, 114,000. But now the daily is actually in breakout mode. So now what I'm doing is I'm shifting gears and I'm watching closely. I want to see where this median goes to and where this 5-day candle closes, because now it's really going to be dependent on higher time frame closing bases getting up specifically above the medians, right? We see the 5-day is now above the median. What can we interpret from this? Well, we can just simply play the 5-day median trade. I mean, that to me just seems very logical. When we reclaimed the median here, we did have a pullback still. Now, this did front run the median, something to note. Oh gosh, something to note about that. It did front run it, but it still held, pretty nicely and close to around that 92.5 support before breaking out. So, I really do want to be watching closely this region still, because we are in an uptrend. We have a breakout. We don't ever long higher highs. The hard part is, when are we going to get that higher low? And that very well could happen on the new 5-day candle. It doesn't need to happen on this 5-day. Actually, you wouldn't expect this to come all the way back down to here again before closing above essentially $112,000, i.e., if not the median at 116,000. So that means that we still can have a lot of fun right here before we get the 5-day close. Very easily still can test around this region before going up. This 5-day median could easily shift down too, solidifying this wick high being into support, i.e., just the all-time high being flipped into support. You saw this with gold very obviously. And I talked about this. Anytime you just make a new high on gold, you'd break out, you'd come down, you'd flip into support, and then you'd move up again. New high on gold, you actually retested it here. Yeah, you did retest it here before breaking out. You could even do it here, broke out, reclaimed it, retested it, boom. In super duper duper bullish markets, this is just like, I know it seems simple, but that is often what happens. You just keep SR flipping, higher lows, breakout, SR flipping, higher lows, breakout. So we can use the same strategy on Bitcoin, specifically when we know that, well, it is in breakout mode. We had very, 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 very low volatility for the last few weeks. And so that this isn't, to me, looking anything like a trap anymore for bears. I'm seeing no indication of this being any kind of bear trap. We only could talk about that because the potential of the weekly being trend shifted while the daily was in an uptrend could then be a theory to trap bulls. But this is not a bull trap scenario anymore. This is actually how do you bull trap when you're making new highs? So when you hear people talk about that, that doesn't make too much sense. I wouldn't be betting on a black swan event either.
Trapping them in enormous profits.
Yeah, trapped in enormous profit. Yeah, exactly. Because I'm not going to say names, but so that's kind of that's what happened. That's what has occurred. The weekly literally does look like a throwback. And then even daily, the tether dominance here, this is another point. We knew that the daily SMA 200 got lost. We just really wanted to see right here. This isn't the daily SMA 200. This one here was. When we lost on July 8th, this was a big sign because we were in this like range breakdown. If I throw the LGBTQ chart off, and you see here, lots of chop. But we were technically in a breakdown here. You were under the daily EMA 100. We couldn't actually get aggressive shorting per my system as long as you're under the daily EMA 100. Once you lost the SMA 200, this is essentially where I should have flipped long here, personally speaking. And this is, where I'm back testing, reanalyzing where I went wrong. And it was simply off that. I wanted the reclaim on that day, and it didn't. It rejected. And this rejection led to a 2.4% candle. So didn't let me really have time to get out. And that's why we use stop losses. Because as soon as you took out this high on Bitcoin here and actually use it as support, this high here, you did end up breaking out a few $1,000s from that. So the stop loss placement was logical. I'm cringing when I'm seeing bears adding margin to their shorts and they're down like 300%. That's very dangerous environments that we're in. That's the recipe for fueling us to $130,000. And there's nothing now telling me that we aren't going to go to $130,000. It's just more now, are we going to get a higher low before then? Right? We have a weekly closing as well. Let's check the weekly HBDR. You are getting about above the weekly median, similar place to around where that 5-day median is. So at minimum, you should see, this region here be tested as support, or even you see the weekly median, 5-day median shift more down, giving you confluence of an SR flip around 112,000. Regardless, I'm not really scaling longs here, not because I'm bearish and I'm scaling shorts, not at all. I just don't really feel comfortable scaling longs for this. It very well could happen, but I'd rather feel more comfortable here because then I know exactly where I'm wrong. This was still the same idea that I wanted, and I can easily have a stop loss here. And then I can feel comfortable targeting around $130,000 to $139,000 per the weekly. So, in summary, until we actually get these higher time frame closings, you're not really going to have enough data to be longing. You really only can be trading on very low time frames at this point, which granted has been working. All right, like the 4 hour. Where is my 9? Because I know the 9's somewhere here. Oh, I turned it off. Right, like you can start trading very low time frames. But even here on this 4 hour, what do we have? Well, you have a shooting star on the 4 hour. So now bears are going to be using this as their, kind of risk. We are at the 88.3%, but you do see it is holding. Next target is around 120,000. So that most likely will get hit. We will most likely hit 120,000 if you end up taking the last 4 hour wick high out. Until then, this very easily can go. We can use the 5 since we know we're very strong. And this very well could get a pullback at minimum to the 5, if not the 9. Because, what was the last occurrence when we hit the EMA 9 on the 4 hour? It was here. All right, broke out, tested it, boom. So, am I feeling confident to be giving longs out here and longing at the top side, like literally the extreme levels? No. I don't want that. And even so, we know the 12 hour gives you an easy setup, right? Where, you just simply, once you get back above the 12 hour EMA 9, you can just long here. You never would have gotten out. You would just add to your longs. Here you broke out. This was the add to long spot, broke out. Where is the EMA 9? Well, that is currently at $113,000. So still, even the 12 hour is telling you, well, we definitely could get a nice pullback. Is that a pullback to max short this, the tops in? No, rather you should be either playing the 12 hour uptrend. Here that this was the last higher low. So then be gauging the 12 hour EMA 9 for maybe a spot. Or this can give you confluence that, well, the 21 is now moving up to around that $112,000, previous all-time high. Maybe we will go in for the SR flip once the weekly does get the close, leading to a higher low. Regardless, you still should not be, max longing higher highs. And even the 2 days closing today, the 2 days at 116,500. So in theory, you could just close and then retest that and then get a move up. The point I'm trying to bring home is you really shouldn't be longing right now in this environment. The longs to be had were yesterday. That's when you could be aggressively longing because you know that you're about to break out. We have the breakout. We have a new high on Bitcoin. We just need more data now. We either need a new range up here to feel confident to long, or just, simply more structure on like the 12 hour, i.e. like a higher low and then a higher high, and then you kind of just know where you're wrong. Because if you get that 12 hour EMA 9 retest, at the very minimum, you can play the 12 hour trend there. Okay, well, I just know this low has to hold. So then ideally the 21 keeps moving up above this low, kind of solidifying the extremity low long, which would be at 112,000, still wouldn't take out your stop loss. Because that's literally where I see, unless you're like putting a stop here, but then let's check that on the 2 hour. What would that look like? Yeah, so then you're playing the 2 hour trend. Again, just aggressive. That's it. Very aggressive. Right? You can see that last 2 hour higher lows there, higher high. So maybe you're going to get another higher low around the 2 hour EMA 9. Granted, it has been holding. So it all just really depends on your risk gauge. You have setups. You can either easily play this volatility on lower time frames and do scalps. This scalp here on this 2 hour EMA 9 would have given you a 4.8% move. But that's why you always have to really ask yourself, like, how many easy trades are bulls going to get before we actually do get a nice pullback that's still very to the book, very, very healthy. And really all that would do is test like a 12 hour EMA 9. So for me, I'm waiting on more closings. I want to see the 5 day. I want to see where this 2 day goes. And I want to see the 5 day. The 5 day is really going to be guiding my plays now because we still have a setup brewing. Now you're either going to reclaim the median, come in and retest wherever that goes, and then make your move up to that 38.2%. It is closing in 3 days mixed in with a weekly. So, I'd rather just wait for that and play trend. Because this has been really easy money. 9% in 2 days is pretty impressive. But again, there's really nothing telling me yet that you're going to start rolling over and going under that all-time high of around 112,000. I've only said really now what we're potentially going to get is that SR flip at 109,300. I'm not really seeing a move down back to around under 109,300, because if you start losing that 109.3, yeah, then we're back within this range. We can target potentially 106K, and it's just we're back to that range. So when you're in breakout mode, you don't want to fall back within ranges. That's bearish. You want to just hold it, retest it. Well, we know how Bitcoin is. What was once resistance will be flipped into support eventually. And this was solid resistance. Now, you know, the 2 weeks still very well could get that. The 5-day already has kind of tested it in theory. No, it didn't actually. Or no, it did. It did. It broke out here and then it tested it here. So this was the test. But then the weekly hasn't. So you could get it on the weekly. And visually you can see that. Let me clean it up a bit. Like if this move happened, would this be really bearish? No, it would not actually be bearish at all. And this would just be in confluence with the weekly uptrend. Let's see where that EMA 5 is to get more bias on the screen. So EMA 5 sitting at 110,300. So yeah, this is really the easy long I'm trying to take, in my opinion. If we can get this, this would be great. It just very well may stop here at that all-time high. So just be aware of that. It's either going to be this or this. But in my opinion, I'm not really just looking for this to just keep doing that until we, at minimum, can test at very, very minimum the 5-day median. So yeah. Even here, look at this was solid support. What is stopping this from doing this and then doing this, putting in a lower high and then breaking down? Nothing. This isn't even in a weekly breakdown yet. Is a 5-day volatility expanding on this? Because remember, the tether dominance 5-day volatility expanded first, which is interesting. It's something I noted last time we had the setup. No, it's not. We're even at almost the bottom of the 38.2%. Now you could interpret that as, well, we're just going to break down from there. I'm going to interpret that as, well, we're very close to the bottom of the 38.2%. Bulls have had a pretty easy way up. Very easily could go and test this, take the lows out. It already has. Taking these lows out, swipe down, come up, retest the weekly 9, and then rolls over. There's your lower high. This is late longs getting out. That probably does correlate nicely with this. You see the weekly 9 will shift up. And if we can get that 109.3, that'll be a really good spot to max long, in my opinion. Why? Because the risk is really set. We know that if we go back down to that 107, essentially that 107.5, you are going to end up rolling over, and potentially going back down to 103.1. So this is kind of what I'm going to be watching. I need the median to give me confluence of this, because the daily median is what stopped this idea yesterday. You see here, it was the 9 too. No, the 9 wasn't there. The 9 moved up because we broke out. The 9 was around here. I wanted to test the daily 9. Didn't occur. The median really held, and then we broke out from that median trade that we talked about in the academy yesterday. Because we did talk about that. It could technically hold. Did, and it went up 7%. So from my point of view, it's going to be really important to see where this 5-day median, if we do reclaim it, no candle closure, no confirmation. So don't front run it, but it is looking likely we are going to reclaim it. How nice would it be if the median shifts down and then comes to around there, giving us confluence similar to the daily, where it just kind of shifted? Not really, no. Never mind. So that's it. That's the hopium trade I can give you, because if you are aggressively trading this now, you're just solely trading on lower time frames. You're playing very low time frame trend, and how you are supposed to trade low time frame is on trend. If you start taking out the last higher low, most likely will start leading to a bigger pullback. That's it. If you're playing these 2-hour setups, it's just understand the moves are going to be not as big as like a daily 12-hour and so forth. You're also going to get chop, and you still do have a 4-hour shooting star here. So, for whatever that's worth, maybe you do end up testing the 4-hour EMA 9 at minimum, which would be okay, but still would mean that you're going to go down, 2%. So that's Bitcoin. There's tether dominance. We talked about it. Let's see here. So to me, though, it does seem like tether dominance target will be 4%.
By the way, that delicious Ethereum at $3,000 almost.
Let's check that real quick. Delicious Ethereum. So this is a big spot. If it can get back above here, I don't see any reason why at this point we're not going to go and test at minimum 3,300 to maybe all the way up to here and we get a breakout. I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting to see. Let's check Bitcoin dominance. ETH is at a big spot though. It's good to bring that up because it is at a big spot similar to Bitcoin. I mean, I understand Altseason is so back and we're so back, but this needs to hold here. And it did, granted, so like very well could expand up to 3,300 or, you just consolidate a bit. Perfect.
Can I also throw another curveball at everyone that admires and adores Altseason and thinks everything works in the same way that it worked before?
Please.
Well, why can't Ethereum just do its own thing along with Bitcoin now and behave in a different way, since it's going to be absorbing so many treasuries and so much liquidity through JP Morgan Chase, through Robinhood, and whatever companies are partnering up with?
It's true. It is true. Would I be longing ETH here at this point? No. I mean, you'll get the easy long on ETH if the daily SMA 200 on ETH BTC gets reclaimed. This is a sobering view. I mean, let's just see, right? Like, anytime you get above it, it does lead to nice moves up. This is an 8% move on ETH BTC. I'm sure that was also a 7-8% move, similar to here. Probably 6. I'll be accurate. Yeah, 5.8. Okay, cool. Collapse. And that's it. Never tested it again. So you are now for the first time testing it. Even here, you reclaimed it. Easy move up. 6%. Here you reclaimed it. Easy move up. 2.89%. My point being is, you get back above the daily SMA 200 on the ETH BTC. It always does lead to nice moves. It's just, does it hold it or not? 7%. Like, this is a blind long for like the first day. That's my experience, what I've seen. 2%. So, the point is, we are now there. If you are very, 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 very bullish on ETH, then why won't you just wait for the SMA 200 to get reclaimed? Seems simple. And you could even get more meme lines with it within this range, right? You have, oh God, I'll use this wick high rejection before the breakdown. So it's like you get back above this wick high and the SMA 200. Yeah, probably is going to start moving up to the 3.6 level. Let's not forget the 3. This is my Altseason metric here. When you get back above 3.66, and I said it before here, when you get back above 3.66, that's like when alts just do very well. All of them do very well. And I remember when we broke down from 3.66, I did get bullish on alts here too. It was not here, but it was here. Because we wanted the reclaim this, and then this leading to the reclaim of the SMA 200. And that was all just similar, essentially based on what we had back when we had actually Altseason. That 3.66 level is very important. Like here, this is exactly what I wanted. No Altseason though, until you get back above, like you can on your own chart see what alts did here. April 2017. And this is when just alts went absolutely parabolic. And it was because we got back with 366. And then here as well, 366. And then you lose 366, and it's not good for alts. And then here, we reclaimed in April 2021, 366. Let's see. April of 2021. Where is it? March, April. So here. Oh, well, that's odd. It's right before everything went absolutely parabolic. What about price? Right, April. Boom. So, April 2021, this is when you put your footing, right? You really held, I know you can't see it that clear here. You held support before going parabolic. This is your alt season. On all alts, they just do well. What about here? April, right? So it's just funny when people want alt season. Very well could happen, but I'll always say that, like, 366, you get up above there, great. You're gonna get your alt season on everything. Everything will go up. Everything on alts. Do we not have this? Except AVAX. AVAX won't go up. No, I'm just kidding.
And also the other thing for your alt season, a lot of people will say, well, when Bitcoin dominance drops, people will sell Bitcoin to buy alts. Sounds good, but most of this new money is coming from the ETFs, which does not apply. So this is I think it's just fundamentally a different market now. I wouldn't bet on the same type of moves as the past.
Definitely not. And diminishing returns is a real thing. For me now, it's just, is there an alt season though? It's like he even talks about it. No, there's just a massive gap here. You very well could go up to here, get everyone, alt season's back. And it's like, well, no, 366 didn't get hit and you roll over. That still is a big range, of course. And ETH will do well, of course. But in my opinion, true alt season doesn't start until you get back above 366. And I wanted it to start here. It did not, and it fizzled out. And how did altcoins do here? Very, very, very bad. So, it's like there's just, my view is you're just not even close to even talking about that, like alt season. They'll just do well because, Bitcoin is doing well. But true alt season of just degenerate, dirty 500% gains in 1 day will probably never going to happen again, like across like what we saw in 2018. But also, this is now solidified resistance. So that's kind of like, I'll get more excited on alts when we get back with 366. And all I can do is look at the past. And then the argument is, yeah, it very well could just be totally different environments. Because, yeah, you're even seeing Bitcoin doing well. The dominance is, let's check dominance now. So what do we have on Bitcoin dominance? Well, we had loss of support. I wish I could have traded Bitcoin dominance. That would have been easy. You essentially had a nice top here. We understood that this high needed to get taken out, and that was going to be really first started on a weekly close of back above 65.38%. Didn't happen. You lost it. You stayed under it. The third candle, you're expanding now. This is now trend shifted. So Bitcoin dominance is now in a weekly downtrend again. Evident here, taking out that last higher low. So now we need to be gauging the weekly 9 as resistance. What was support needs to be first lost, and then that can be flipped into resistance with the meme line right there. You then should make your way down to the 5-day, weekly EMA 21. My apologies. So that's like at 63.48%. That probably gives you good confluence of a nice ETH long soon, actually. Easy trade here on that 2-day. Markets are in the easy mode. I need to lock in. Crazy. Look at that. 2-day SMA 200 reclaim. Let's long. I would have literally long the back test and 10% move. Crazy. So, right, today we want to start seeing this either expand up to the 3,300 or consolidate, and then we can start, maybe bull flagging, and then we can long there. But yeah, that's all I have on Bitcoin and markets. I mean, we finally are getting the volatility at the very minimum. At least we knew a big move was coming, and so far we have had that move. It is looking like a real proper breakout. I just now want to start really seeing if we're going to all start talking about 130, 140,000. That's cool, but it just all is going to be dependent on the medians getting reclaimed. Then we will have an easy trade up. Until then, I'd really be waiting for the easy long, and that's either SR flipping higher low and watching more data, the closings, and seeing where these medians actually shift to. So, the 2 days closing today, let's see what occurs with this 2-day close, because, very well could mean we do this and then we move up to 120 and then we get a rejection. And then that's what takes us up. In my experience, though, and Farn has talked about this, when you do get that actually 5-day volatility firing off, and the fact that the 2-day is now firing off, and the 3-day has major implications for the 5-day to fire off. So the idea is that you're trying to get pre-positioned on these volatility setups, but the issue is when they are firing off, it does make it a lot harder to position. So I just want everyone to know that the 5-day still hasn't fired off yet. So that still is brewing, which is often a major move. But similar to what we saw, back here, it doesn't need to all fire off at once, and it's an easy trade. You very well can have the 2-day fire off. 5-day looks like it's about to, no confirmation, resets. Again, and this just gives you chop, and that chop did lead to, after a pretty big move up here. So, every immediate results don't have to occur. It'd be really easy. For me to get just really bullish, I want to just see the 5-day close up here. I want to see the median come down to around 112 to 110,000. I want to see a back test of that, higher low, we position, and then we can target the 38.2%. That very well could shift down, so we'll just watch. But yeah, that's all I have on crypto. Aggressive traders are just simply playing the lower time frames because so far it's been holding. And yeah, don't get caught with your pants down. If we get a 5% pullback, that's all that is a higher low and bullish retest. Nothing but bearish on that. So
you mean pants in the ground? Pounds on the ground?
Yeah.
Do you remember that song or not really? You're too young for it, aren't you?
Too young.
I'm fucking dating myself so bad these days. It's crazy. I need to retire from saying anything here. All right, I'm just going to say it and complete it. All right. I'm sorry, Farhad. Just 1 second. I need to tell my stupid story. There used to be those American Idol. You know American Idol, right?
Of course.
The show. Okay. So in the auditions, there was a black guy that showed up, like one of those homeless black guys that's old. And he's like, pants on the ground. Pants on the ground, doing it with your pants on the ground, and just like that, this used to be viral sensation. This dude became a thing for 3 months and then disappeared forever to become a crack addict.
Someone gets it,
dude. What 100%, 100%. He's we also had the man with the golden voice. Did you ever hear that guy?
The commercial guy.
The man with the golden voice was a homeless person. Guy? Yeah, so people would show up somewhere and he was holding a sign that said, "I'm the man with the golden voice." And he would say anything you wanted him to say with a beautiful voice for a few dollars, right? So a basketball team hired him. He was a homeless, drug addict, whatever. And they were we're going to clean his act up and all that shit. He ended up bankrupt again, fucking yelling at people on the court, beating his daughter or wife. I'm sorry. Real fun stories. It's 7 a.m. here.
I guess we see why he's homeless in the beginning.
Exactly. Dude, exactly. There's no way you go all the way to being that homeless and then go back. Oh, all I needed was a little place to stay in. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Just take all the substances that you need. Let's go. Sorry.
All right, let's start on Bitcoin. And I'll start with the momentum setup or the momentum chart. There we go. And I will say that we are finally getting that breakout that we've been looking for the past couple of live streams, where my entire bias was coming off of the monthly setup, which monthly setup did have a 100% hit rate of firing off in the direction of momentum. And currently, when the last monthly closed, we did have momentum confirmed closing to the upside, and we have volatility confirming closing to the upside. Closing in expansion above that 15%. On this current monthly open, we did dip below that, go below that 15% on the volatility. So we did seem that the monthly setup was invalidated, but we never got a monthly closure, so we didn't confirm the volatility contraction. So it never confirmed the monthly setup being invalidated. And at that point, it was still a 100% hit rate on that monthly setup. A little bit unwise to bet on that volatility contraction and the setup invalidating. More likely that it would fire off. And another reason why it would likely fire off is if you go down to the 2-week. That one had already started expanding on volatility, plus momentum was also to the upside. And then also, if you go down to today was also just about to get to that 15%. It was, let's see if we can do a bar replay and see where 2-day volatility was at.
For a second there, I thought you said a Barbie replay, and I was like, "What in the fuck is that? Do we need to add that to the course?"
Barbie replay. Come on. Wow.
Why is our internet being slow?
Yeah, that was also just about to get to that 15%, also expanding, also with momentum freshly positioned to the upside. And there's also hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day. Now, if we go from where the expansion happened and see how much of a move up we've gotten so far, expand it off of this candle, we've seen a move up of about 13.56% to the upside so far. If we were to zoom in and take it a little bit more, take it from the previous expansions, see how much of a move we got it from here. We saw about 109% move up from here. Take it from this one was to the downside. This one. Which candle was it that we got the expansion? This one. Yeah, so after this one, we saw about 347%. So if we just take a small move from here to 100%, what does that take us to? Brings us to about $210,000. Interesting. I see what 150 is. It's just about 44, 45%. Not too much. And then if you look on the momentum, you have momentum breaking these lows, this low, giving you 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence with momentum for volatility expanding, and volatility is only at 20%, just getting close to 21%. And momentum is now currently pointed up as long as you're closing over basically $100,250. This pivot used to be almost 104. It was around 103, 103.8, 103.9s. And this pivot went down significantly with volatility confirming that expansion. Very, very, very bullish on the high time frames. Quarterly is also positioned to the upside with the momentum pointed up as long as you're closing over $104,500. Weekly is currently also freshly positioned to the upside as long as you're closing over $111,500. And volatility is just about to get into an expansion phase. Right now, very likely volatility will expand on this next weekly open as long as you close anywhere over 111,965, which was our previous all-time highs. Water clean dry. 5 days now also giving that volatility. So with 2 periods of 0% volatility, and now we're just starting to get slightly. We are sitting at 2% now. The moving average is at 7%. So once we get over that moving average and preferably over that 15%, that's when we have confirmed the volatility expansion. And momentum is now freshly to the upside on the 2-day, as long as we are closing over about the 111,000, I'm sorry, I'm bad on the target, $114,400. And we see on the stochastic volatility as well is at basically 0%, sitting at 2.75%. So we see the BBWP and the stochastic volatility sitting all the way at the bottoms at extreme lows. The last time we had both of them agreeing was, let's see, right in this zone here. And that was expansion to the downside in January. And we went down from wick high, wick low of about 32%. Let's see if we can find one to the upside. Nope, here was also one to the downside. Zoom in on this one, see if I can see where the volatility is like right there. It's about 15%. It's extreme lows. Not quite as low as it is now, but still at extreme lows nonetheless. And this was a move up of, where did we get the expansion? About 56%. Let's take 56% from here. Let's just take 50%. About $177,000. No, it's still not enough to buy you a single Lucid Sapphire Air. Two-day setup is also not firing off. Volatility is at 33%, nowhere near topped out, especially since the 2-day likes to go well into the 80s, and we are currently flipped up as long as we're closing over $112,200. And we have one, two, three drives of hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day, and we are about to get in about 9 hours a close over our previous all-time highs, which close over our previous all-time highs, kind of hard to say that that's bearish. I guess you can say one person would say it's a bull trap at all-time highs, closing over all-time highs. Take this down here. Our fib target would be about $135,000. See if we get any HPDR levels off of that. Daily is also now freshly positioned into the upside, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $116,850. Once you see daily start to flip to the downside, that's when you're very likely going to be getting that more long-term consolidation and pullback type of move. But as long as daily is positioning to the upside, price action is still going to be in price discovery, and you should be more looking for sideways and up versus any type of pullback. 4 hours now at many periods of 100% volatility. Here's where it's going to be where you should be starting to look into the dailies potentially starting to flip to the downside, but you don't have your confirmation until that daily does flip to the downside. 4 hour is very close to flipping down, but it is still positioned to the upside, and this is where you still have extreme caution if you want to be a bear, if you want to try to get into any type of shorts. You don't want to try to be a hero. You don't want to try to get into anything until you have your confirmation. And right now, even the 4 hour is still positioned to the upside. Sure, it could flip down if we get a closure, but we haven't gotten that closure yet. In about an hour, we will flip to the downside on the 4 hour if we close below $117,800-ish. Once we get that close, then you can start to be a little bit more aggressive with your shorts, and you can start to enter into your shorts as close as you can get to this wick high, and this wick high would be your stop loss. And somewhere around the reconnect with this 4 hour 9 EMA is where you would start to want to take your profits. This is going to slowly rise, but right now it's at about $115,500. Let's go into HPDR. As we mentioned on a couple of other previous live streams, that we did ever so slightly get that close just by a ball sack here over that quarterly median. And you have to kind of zoom in to really see it ever so slightly close over that median. Zoom in a little bit more, you can see it right there. You have to go on the HPDR and then it populates right there. You can see it now. You see it closed ever so slightly over that median. And if you do close over that median, even by a slight amount, you have a probability of 61.8% chance, or by this next candle closure, that you would at the very least reconnect with the median. And so that gives you probabilities that by the end of about what is that quarter? I can't tell. But whatever the end of next quarter is, and in 2 months and 20 days, we have overwhelming probabilities that we will reconnect with that median. At the very least, it doesn't tell you if you would close over it or not, but at least touch it. And right now, that gives you higher probabilities of, at the very least, tapping about $165,000. And if you remember that those previous monthly setups and 2-day setups and 5-day setups, they brought us to somewhere around 170s. Lands very closely up with that median, just about $10,000 over that median. And you notice before, we have gone over the median, and we have gone significantly over the median. Here's the median right over here, and where did we go in price? We went like 29% over the median this time around in 2021. Let's just, for funsies, take it 20% of this level. And just about very close to $200,000. 29 to 30% brings us to well over $200,000. That brings us to the Fibonacci target. Right now, quarterly momentum is still flipped to the downside, but we have not closed just yet. So we have not confirmed that momentum to the downside, which is going to be the same thing that we had in the monthly before, where monthly was positioned to the downside. And now monthly has flipped back up, like we are expecting to happen on the quarterly, because monthly didn't get that closure to the downside. And monthly has now put in many drives of hidden bullish divergence by getting that fake move to the downside and then flipping back up without confirming the contraction. That would be 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. Quarterly is getting that volatility expansion, and it's very close to also putting in hidden bullish divergence. Very, very likely, if that does happen, that would take us to that $300,000 number. Right now, the quarterly 38.2% did move up, and it moved up significantly. Before, it was at about $197,000. Now it's sitting somewhere around $300,000. It doesn't tell you that we're going to go to $300,000. It just tells you that if we go to the 38.2%, in this candle closure, that would be about $300,000. Very, 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 very low odds of that happening. Monthly is also very high probability based off of the current candles and how we are positioning with the 38.2%, that we would hit, at the very least, we could tap this median. And the median right now is at about $146,000, with the jewel losing the sell signal and switching over into a neutral signal. 2 week is also positioned to the upside, putting in hidden bullish divergence with volatility expansion from 0%, and the jewel is giving you hidden bullish divergence with a buy signal. You would have overwhelming odds with two closures over this median of hitting that 38.2%, which right now is at about $131,000. And since volatility is expanding from 0% and it's only at 25%, still pretty high probability you're going to go over that 38.2% and go somewhere around the 50%, like you topped out around here. And the 50 for our all-time high is around $108,000. The 50% right now sits at about $145,000, pretty close to that previous 146 number that we saw. Weekly is also now starting to flip freshly to the upside, putting in hidden bullish divergence with volatility now at 0%, and the weekly jewel starting to curve back around and lose a sell signal. And the weekly has an epic buy signal right now with the pink crossing above the yellow. That gives you probabilities of, and we're also over the median. Median's at 117, gives you overwhelming probabilities of going to the 38.2%, which is at that $140,000 area. We're finally getting the prophesized breakout, and I'm not looking like so much of a promo bull retard. 5 days now flipping up on momentum, also putting in that hidden bullish divergence. Volatility is very close to flipping, getting to expansion, and on the 5-day jewel is starting to flip into a buy signal. The weekly has not done it just yet, but the 5-day has, and the 5-day jewel is putting in hidden bullish divergence. Pretty high probability you're going to go to that 38.2%. 2-day also for that 38.2%, you got another move up of about 8%. So let's just say 8% up from here. Brings us up to about roughly $130,000. That's where that next zone very likely is our short-term consolidation. And then we probably do hit another breakout after that. It's going to be like one of these things where you just consolidate, go sideways and up, then you get another breakout, sideways and up, and then another breakout. Daily also positioned to the upside, now in the bullish control zone. Volatility is expanding from 0%, and the daily jewel is now giving you a buy signal and maintaining the buy signal with the pink above the yellow. And you've gotten a solid closure of 38.2%. Very likely now from here, as long as you're holding this 116,200 level, you are very likely going to break into the 120s. 4 hours now still positioned to the upside. However, it is getting to extreme levels, with volatility also getting to extreme levels, and the jewel is now getting to very extreme levels in the 90s and giving you that God mode signal in the background, but it has not quite switched into the sell signal just yet. You're waiting to see if the 4-hour momentum does flip to the downside. Right now, if you did want to be aggressive and you wanted to front run that momentum, you could enter a short here, and your stop loss would be this wick high. You would be risking about 0.84%. And your correction zone would be anywhere around this minimum reconnect with this 5 EMA, which would be, 9 EMA, which would be 2% move in your favor. And then your next move would be somewhere around right over here, this open and this close, which would be a reconnect with your 21 as it rises up. That's like about 3.7% in your favor. Pretty good risk to reward, less than 1% for 2% and 3.7%. That's at a minimum more than 2 to 1, and then at better case scenario, that's like I think 4 to 1. I can't really do the math. On the higher time frames, Bitcoin is now shaping up to be extremely bullish, which it always has been bullish for a couple of weeks now on the high time frames IMO. We did get a closure over the quarterly median on the last quarterly close, which did give us probabilities of reconnecting with this current median. We did have possible hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly, which we still have. We haven't quite confirmed that just yet, but the monthly has confirmed the hidden bullish divergence on the last close. It also did confirm the volatility setup, and it also has another possible driver of hidden bullish divergence, which is just about to confirm on this close. 2 week is also about to confirm another drive of hidden bullish divergence in about 9 days. 2 week also has that volatility setup, and 2 week doesn't have 100% probability on the volatility setup, but the monthly does, and that would take us to somewhere around, if it does play out like the previous setups, between $177,000 and $215,000. And that lines up with the 2 week setup, lines up with the 5 day setup, lines up with the 2 day setup. And momentum is now currently flipped up on every single time frame all the way to the 4 hour, but it is getting to very extreme areas. So this is the area where if the 4 hour momentum does flip to the downside, that puts you into caution for the daily flipping into the downside. And that would give you one of those medium term consolidation moves, maybe a couple of days, a week or two, some sideways and up. And then you're very likely going to get the next breakout, unless the only invalidation for that is you get weekly momentum flipping to the downside, or if you want a number to go off of, you would get either a tick below about $74,441 or a weekly close below about $98,330. Either one of those two things happen, very likely this is going to roll over and your cycle high is in, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think this breakout is going to continue, and we're going to continue to go hitting new all-time highs over the next couple of weeks.
Sorry, I was muted. Nice. Thank you so much, bud.
And I apologize for making it a little boring.
It's not so much the boring. We can barely hear you sometimes, but no, just a little volume up. It's all good. Don't stress, my ninja. All right, motherfucking Bitcoins. Damas y caballeros, y es por eso que ponemos linitas pendejas en todos lados. Vean qué bonito agarró este soporte para empezar a trepar después de esta gran vela alcista. Estamos viendo a Bitcoin en la de 6 meses. Divina la acción. Podemos ver que nuestro promedio del 9 está hasta los $60,000, bastante lejos. Continúa empujando con muchísima fuerza esta cosa. Y este ha sido el movimiento más potente que ha tenido en este gráfico de 6 meses, donde por 1, 2, 3, 4 periodos no ha tocado el promedio del 9, y acá lo tenemos. Solamente con 2 había sido el anterior, antes de que el gráfico empezara a popular, y antes había sido 1. Entonces, 1, 2, 3, 4, ya lo pone literalmente en otro nivel. Ahora, algún punto va a regresar al promedio del 9, no sabemos cuándo, pero por ahora puedes ver que estás en una postura muy alcista, cabrón. Además de eso, volatilidad está a punto de llegar al punto más bajo en la tabla de toda la historia, al punto más bajo de la tabla en toda la historia, que está arriba en el 69%, en el 68%, casi. El punto más bajo de volatilidad ha sido 66%, así que vamos a mantener un ojo pelado por ahí. 3 meses. 3 meses tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante esta gran explosión a la alza. Podemos ver que Bitcoin había tenido sus altos históricos en el 2021, habíamos hecho un patrón de tasa, bla, bla, bla. Y ahora, si quisiéramos medir esta delicia, ¿a dónde nos llevaría? ¿Cuál sería el objetivo después del breakout? Sería justamente los 122,000, por lo que todavía nos queda movimiento dentro de este mismo patrón alcista que estamos viendo dándose. Y una vez más, estas son banderas alcistas. Para toda la gente que lo esté viendo, vienes de aquí abajo, pelas una banderita, aquí tienes el pole y aquí tienes la bandera. ¡Pum! Pegas para arriba. Banderita, ¿no? De esto, ¡pum! Pegas para arriba. Banderita, pum, pegas para arriba y ahora vamos a hacer otra banderita. Por lo que al hacer otra banderita deberíamos esperar un poco de consolidación. Todos los que hemos estado poniendo atención a todo este rally de Bitcoin, esperando ese gran, delicioso blow off top. Y recuerden, para mí, más allá de lo que estamos midiendo, tenemos objetivos y todo, y ahorita se los voy a empezar a dar, pero para mí, este trade no se acaba hasta que la euforia entra en el mercado y todavía no hay euforia en este precio. Hay euforia dentro de la gente que ya estaba acá y siguen diciendo, oh, el precio de Bitcoin, pero todavía no te llama tu mamá a preguntarte si debe de comprar Bitcoin en $150,000. Cuando lo empiecen a hacer, ahí es donde veremos esa euforia total. Por ahora, todo esto es muy alcista con expansión de volatilidad a la alza y está a punto de confirmar divergencia alcista, lo que sugiere continuación en la tabla de 3 meses, haciendo altos más altos y bajos más altos por muchísimo. Bitcoin continúa con muchísima fuerza. Ahora, los voy a llevar al índice, que es lo que hemos estado cargando. No me acuerdo por qué había hecho esto. Era un ejemplo para algo. Lo voy a borrar, me da igual. Ah, no, es ahora que... Sí, lo voy a borrar, me da igual. Espérenme. Listo. Ok. Tenemos acá a los Bitcoins en el índice y voy a poner el HPDR para que lo puedan ver. Como pueden ver, el HPDR, habíamos platicado esto, que desde el final del 2021, justamente, bueno, un poco a la izquierda, no sé por qué no me dejó dibujarlo ahí. Este fue el final del ciclo del 2021, donde de ahí nos fuimos para abajo, pero ¿qué pasó? Si lo notan acá, perdimos la media. La media es esta línea gris que va en medio de la zona azul. Perdimos la media. Esta, 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 esta. Y todas estas velas hemos estado por debajo de la media. ¿Ok? Todas. Y la única vez que hemos estado por arriba, hemos llegado a tocar la parte alta de la zona azul o hasta el 50% casi en la parte de acá cuando Bitcoin llegó a los 21,000 y cacho en octubre del 2017. Ahora, ¿por qué lo digo? Es importante porque si estamos tocando la media en cada una de estas velas, tenemos una alta probabilidad de ir a buscar nuestra media acá. Y nuestra media en esta parte está en los $164,900. Por lo que hay una sugerencia de que Bitcoin tiene muchísimo camino para arriba todavía en este rally hasta los 160 y tantos mil dólares. Impresionante. Mensual continuamos con esos altos más altos y con el mismo tipo de estructura y un poco de lo mismo que habíamos visto. Habíamos perdido la media en el 2024. Acá habíamos estado aquí arriba y esto fue literalmente lo que nos dio el breakout de los 44,000 hasta los 74,000. Luego la perdimos y empezamos a intentar retestearla. Nuestra media mensual está en 145,000. Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo, que es bastante bueno ante el movimiento. Ya saben que este es nuestro indicador de volatilidad, BBWP. Volatilidad al 100% es aquí arriba, 0% aquí abajo, 15%. Ahí está. Con ojo de buen cubero, por supuesto, lo vamos a poner en línea plana. No sé por qué aquí no me gusta verlo. Viene aquí abajo lo que nos da un excelente setup de volatilidad por encima del promedio y ahora vamos expandiendo en este movimiento y estamos expandiendo a la media. La media está en $146,000. Entonces, antes de llegar al objetivo trimestral de los 166, tenemos que asegurarnos de ir por esos 146 y romperlos a la alza. Setups de volatilidad de este calibre son gigantescos y cada que tenemos uno de ellos tenemos los movimientos a altos históricos como lo tenemos en este setup claro del 2020, que fuimos en octubre del 2020, $13,000 hasta $63,000 y después a fin de año hasta los $69,000 tan famosos. Y ahora continuamos en esta estructura haciendo altos históricos. Pueden ver que la parte baja de la media está en los 98,000 de la zona azul. Está en los 102,000 y los $98,000. Esto es muy importante para todos ustedes, porque podemos ir a esta zona sin problema alguno a cierto punto, y aquí es donde deberíamos de encontrar las oportunidades más grandes de entrada en long. Y ahora, también esto nos debería de dar el primer síntoma de que algo se está rompiendo muy malo en los bitcoins y podríamos caer una vez más agresivamente. Así que los 102,000 y los 98,000 van a ser muy importantes para aguantar y excelentes oportunidades para entrar. Todavía falta 20 días y 9 horas para cerrar esta vela, así que sean pacientes. 2 semanas, en todas estas temporalidades también Momentum está apuntando a la alza, para que lo sepan, menos en la semanal. Aquí estamos a punto de confirmar este setup de volatilidad después de un setup de jamás, básicamente, y eso simplemente viendo lo que está pasando una vez que ocurra, nos va a dar un movimiento de 30-35%. Esto todavía es agregado ya donde estamos y eso nos pondría, pongamos un 35% porque es 2 semanas. En realidad el movimiento debería ser más grande. $160,000, lo que nos da la coincidencia con nuestra deliciosa media en la trimestral. Esto se ve impresionante. Vamos a la parte alta de la zona azul. Habíamos perdido todo esto desde enero del 2025, que fue cuando cayó Bitcoin. Una vez retomado, la última vez que retomamos la media del punto bajo de la vela hasta el alto, subimos 60%. Entonces, vamos a decir, retomamos la media con esta vela. Dame un 60% donde me pone en $163,000. Impresionante, nada mal. Nada mal, ¿ok? Lo estamos viendo en tiempo real. Continúa la expansión de nuestro precio en las 2 semanas. Vamos a la parte alta de la zona azul, a los 130,000, que es también nuestra media mensual. Y una vez que rompamos, los 130,000 van a ser claves, porque rompiendo los 130,000, claramente hay algo que nos va a llevar hasta los 160 rápido. Semanal, 8 de la mañana, pum, 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 Trump, Putin, Trump. ¿Alguien no siente más que esos tíos le han echado más salsa a sus tacos últimamente con los thumbnails y todo? Solamente es Trump, Putin, Trump, Putin, Trump. Está, el salseo es bueno, me gusta. Ok, semanal, tenemos volatilidad junto con momentum apuntando para abajo, pero en cualquier momento se pueden voltear. Ahora, estamos viendo el precio en los 117,800. Nuestra media está en los 117 planos. Siempre y cuando podamos aguantar esto y cerrar esta vela en 2 días y 9 horas de esta forma, nuestro objetivo debería de ser los $140,000. $139,885 para aquellos que son anales. 139,885. Y objetivo natural, de acuerdo a este setup, debería ser el 61.8%, que una vez más, $160,000 están puestos y dispuestos para todos ustedes justamente ahí. 5 días también por encima de la media que está en los 116. Nuestro objetivo en la parte alta de la zona azul son 131 y el 68% está en 140,000. Vamos a ver, volatilidad está preparando un setup de 30 a 35%. Esta es la buena. Tenemos volatilidad en el 1.98% y está a punto de darnos el setup. Ya no le vamos a decir el setup de jamás porque es explosivo. Ahora va a ser el setup de Israel porque es más explosivo. Así que vamos a esperar a que esto se dé. Simplemente donde estamos, un 35%, ya lo habíamos medido, pero una vez más, a ojo de buen cubero. $160,000. ¿Quién lo fuera a pensar? 3 días. 3 días, 8 de la mañana, Putin, Trump, Putin, Trump. Ya estamos por arriba de la zona azul, estamos entrando acá al 50%, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser literalmente el 61.8%, que también tiene relación con nuestro número anterior, junto con un setup de volatilidad bastante agresivo. Esto en realidad nos debería dar más probabilidades de ir al 70 y tantos por ciento, el 78.6%, que está en los $141,000. Este setup es brutal. La última vez que se dio uno fue de aquí abajo, acá, y eso fue un movimiento de 50%. Se llega a repetir eso, estás hablando de casi $200,000, ¿no? En esta tabla y con la volatilidad apuntando para arriba como el tío Salo en la mañana. Ok, diaria. ¿Qué quieren que diga? Tengo muy buena condición física. Diaria, vean nada más este setup de volatilidad, por fin. Ahora sí, esta es una volatilidad bien parada y apuntando bien para arriba al cielo, haciendo una genkidama. Pueden ver que el 61.8% fue la primera zona de rechazo, pero por la fuerza que lleva esto y el ángulo de la volatilidad junto con momentum apuntando para arriba, esto podría tranquilamente llevarnos mucho, mucho más arriba. La cosa es, le quedan 8 horas 43 minutos para cerrar y lo que estaríamos buscando es cerrar por encima de altos históricos para ir a esos $125,000 y de ahí a los 130,000 en el 88.3%. 4 horas debería estar en extremos, correcto, 4 horas en extremos, lo pueden ver por acá. Volatilidad todavía está al 100% y esto puede continuar por un rato. Pueden ver cómo le gusta estar en extremos por un rato a esto, así que no me sorprendería ver volatilidad continuar en esto. Lo que sí es, puede que encontremos un descanso o acá o en los $120,000 o en los $122,000 y tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 en los 114. 114 a 112 van a ser nuestras oportunidades grandes para entrar en long. Vamos a estar al pendiente para poder mandarles alertas también. Esta sería idealmente que viniera a ser un pum, pum. Recuerda, cada que haces un alto, tienes que hacer un nuevo bajo más alto. Y la pregunta es, ¿qué tan bajo va a ser el bajo más alto? Podría ser este en los 117, podría ser acá en los 115, podría ser en los 114 o podría ser los 112. Yo le tiraría más dinero a los 112 porque no regresaría a retestear nada importante. Y la razón por la que digo eso es, vean, si pongo esto acá en la de 4 horas, ¿no? En la parte alta de la zona azul. Aquí lo tienen. Voy a quitar el HPDR. No hay nada. Y a lo que me refiero es, no hay nada de soporte, ¿ok? Nada. O sea, todo está abajo, abajo o arriba. ¿Y por qué es importante eso? Es bueno esto para poder clavarse a todo el mundo, porque todo el mundo, una vez más, ¿dónde esperarías tener tu breakout? En esta zona. En esta. Que lo que esperarías es que el precio venga justamente a apoyarse a los 111,600 y esto dejaría a todo el mundo como dicen, como novia de pueblo, vestida y toda alborotada, ¿no? Entonces, si llega esto y nos da el primer movimiento y se recarga en el EMA 9 de la de 4 horas, bueno, pues bien, todo el mundo se lo va a perder, excepto la gente que está poniendo atención al promedio del 9. Pero esta zona, justamente esta zona, donde el HPDR nos lo pone, los 112,849, sería la zona más culera, porque si pierdes esto, todo el mundo va a decir, definitivamente va a ir a 111, 110. Y acá es donde probablemente encuentres también tu zona de rebote después de ese mínimo. Wow, todo eso para nada. Excelente. Y se los voy a poner sencillo. Vamos a la diaria. Déjenme quito el maldito HPDR, damas y caballeros. Vamos a la diaria y vamos a ponerlo sencillo. Bitcoin está creando nuevos altos con volatilidad diaria expandiendo bastante brutal y estamos entrando en territorios, en uncharted territories, ¿no? Básicamente, en lo desconocido. Y todo el mundo dice, ¿dónde crees que vaya a topar para luego bajar? Ok, tranquilo, carnal. No quieres meterte en corto en esto, a menos de que lo hagas con muy, muy poco volumen. Y la razón por qué es porque le vas a estar dando de comer a toda esta volatilidad, momentum apuntando para arriba y precio apuntando para arriba. Sería un error. Puede que encuentres el corto en donde rápidamente te haga esto y después esto. Bien, pero vas a tener que ser un crack. Lo más fácil simplemente es esperar el retroceso para poder entrar. En mi opinión, acá justamente en los 111,700 va a ser como la primera zona de la trampa. ¿Ok? ¿Y por qué? Porque yo creo y creemos por acá que vamos a encontrar suelo entre los 115 a los 112 para después dar esa continuación a la alza, al siguiente movimiento, a la siguiente pierna del rally. ¿Ok? De acá les voy a enseñar rápidamente la dominancia de Bitcoin. Dominancia de Bitcoin, no, eso es solo Bitcoin. Excelente, Alejandro. Sigue fumando marihuana, te hace bien, ¿eh? Te hace bien, brother. 2 semanas. 2 semanas, justamente habíamos platicado de esto y pueden ver que nuestra dominancia de Bitcoin, tope. ¿Qué pasa después de tope? Tienes que hacer un bajo más alto. Este bajo más alto puede entrar tranquilamente acá y no llevarse estos wicks. Podría también ocurrir hasta acá abajo, en el 62.3%. Recuerden que en todos estos movimientos de Bitcoin también hay momentos donde las alts tienen una subidita relativa a lo demás, pero no es Altseason y es probablemente lo que estamos haciendo. Estamos en este alto, toca ver dónde vamos a establecer este nuevo bajo más alto. En la de 2 semanas yo llevaría la pauta con el promedio del 9 en ese 64.15%. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí también tengo mi media del canal y la he respetado súper bien. Podríamos caer al 63, también podrías caer hasta acá. Literalmente, lo primero que no te quieres llevar para poner en cuestión esta tendencia alcista sería el 61.89%. Así que caer hasta 62% y rebotar, véanlo. Les voy a dar la imagen, brother, para que lo puedas ver. Caes acá y subes. Tienes este alto, tienes este bajo, que es más alto que este y que todos estos, y ahora tendrías un nuevo alto por acá, el 66%, que yo digo 67.44 es el siguiente objetivo de la dominancia de Bitcoin. Más allá de la dominancia de Bitcoin, Tether también está teniendo su breakdown, lo pueden ver acá. Tenemos este triángulo donde ha estado jugándole al pendejo y ahora está cayendo y parece que nuestro siguiente objetivo natural debería ser la zona del S&P 200 en el 3.93%. Definitivamente la caída de esto al 3.93% es lo que nos daría la pauta para ese máximo histórico en Bitcoin. Bueno, ya estamos en máximos históricos, pero más ridículo en Bitcoin. Y lo que yo diría es poner atención a esto en la de harina, en la diaria, porque normalmente cuando tienes una caída de un nivel que pasa, vienes a retestear de vuelta cuando todo el mundo te dice y de ahí podemos continuar a la baja. ¿Por qué diríamos que hay más probabilidad de hacer esto que simplemente romper para arriba? Porque ya te llevaste estos mínimos. Justamente lo señalamos la vez pasada, mínimo, 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 ya te los llevaste. Tu siguiente mínimo a no llevarte te da permiso de caer hasta el 3.92%. Y en la de 2 semanas, el 3.93% está justo acá. No me chingues. Poetría. Poesía. Como diría, cosa más bella que tú. ¿Cómo se llama ese güey? Eros Ramazzotti. Toda la gente acá no tiene ni puta idea de lo que estoy diciendo porque literalmente eso es de hace 40 años. Así que felicidades para mí por estar tan viejo. Otra cosa que les quiero decir y poner en la mesa es Ethereum viene con fuerza, tal cual, pum, pum, para arriba, después de venir justamente a rebotar esta zona. Qué cagado. Y ahora, no estoy diciendo que Ethereum se vaya a máximos históricos acá o no. Lo que vengo yo a contarles acá es que Altseason probablemente no sea lo que ya creemos. Yo creo que los fundamentos de cripto han cambiado por completo. ¿Por qué? Porque antes, el principio de todo esto era cuando Bitcoin hace tope o cuando Bitcoin hace, ponte tú, su tope, lo que pasa es la gente va y compra Ethereum en lo que Bitcoin está cayendo. Y eso básicamente es Altseason, ¿no? La gente va y compra todas estas otras monedas en lo que Bitcoin está cayendo. Pero eso pasaba antes porque todo el mundo tenía exclusivamente criptos. Y ahorita podemos argumentar que hay una gran parte proporcional del fondeo en Bitcoin en los ETFs, no permitiendo que la liquidez escape a alts. Ahora, no estoy diciendo que esto vaya a ser ley o no. Ahora, y esto tampoco quiere decir que no vaya a haber alts que suban. Pero el mejor ejemplo que tengo es Solana. Solana lideró todo el movimiento para arriba y pueden ver que Solana está a punto de llegar a mi objetivo por acá, en los 170. Y aquí ya o sea, ya te rechazó esto, pero todavía nos queda tiempo, ¿no? Tienen volatilidad apuntando para abajo, ok, en la de 2 semanas en Solana. Es importante saber esto, ¿por qué? Porque Ethereum está entrando en un nuevo paradigma totalmente exclusivo y único a su propia situación, donde toda la liquidez del mundo va a empezar a ser absorbida en esa cadena. Para mí, Ethereum y sus fundamentales, como se los dije, de que yo pensaba que iba a ser difícil que cayera de cierta zona, y también de que JP Morgan es el dueño de la cadena, Ethereum va a tener una vida propia, diferente a lo que hemos visto en el pasado. Cualquier otra cadena que empiece a tener ese tipo de oportunidades de absorción de liquidez del mundo real para digitalizarla, va a tener la misma probabilidad de Ethereum de subir como loco a lo largo del siguiente rally o en este rally. No tengo ni puta idea, tampoco les voy a decir. Pero todo lo demás que es especulativo, sin nada de fundamento, si no está absorbiendo trillones de dólares en liquidez, no me pondría tan al pedo invirtiendo en esas cosas. Es lo único que les quiero decir, ¿ok? Eso, y vámonos a ver, un segundo, NXTT. All right, Alex, NXXT is next. This thing. Oof, excellent. Is
Let's
that
check
right?
it out.
1 second. NX. No, this is wrong. Thank God. I was like, here's another chart where we're going to buy the bottom. Oh, no, this is even worse.
It's not the next technology, is what you're telling me.
That's what it's not. We don't know what it is, but we definitely know what it's not. It is not the best. It is not the next.
I'll just chart this on stream. Why not?
Throw it. Why the fuck?
Let's just check it out. Love charts like these. Let's see what the chart that couldn't.
Get it up.
Once trading at $9,000, now at $2.
Not bad. Great
Yeah.
opportunity.
Just a little haircut. All right, well, we can chart this easily. What did we already identify? Well, we can just very blatantly see this was in a monthly downtrend, potentially trend shifting. Let's take a deeper look at that. Now, on these charts, it's easy. You just simply use these wicks. Often these and then you use that as resistance. The wick lows, break, resistance. Very, very simple. So let's see. We have potentially trend shifted on the monthly. This is important because this was the last lower high leading to the lower low. I'll draw another line at this. We have some kind of area of support, kind of a range here. And now what are we waiting for? Well, we're just kind of waiting for 279 to break. If we can break and reclaim that, that would put us within this new range. Very big range, I will say, but new range nevertheless, where $6 would be next. That's 126% move. So you do have to expect bears not to really give in too easily. This has been in a very long downtrend, very sold down. And even so, we have seen before trend shifts. I mean, this, let me go to a better example. Maybe we haven't. Let's see. This was a gap fill. I'm not looking at this as anything other than follow through from the last lower high here. This was a lower high, boom. So yeah, never mind on that thought. Never has trend shifted before. So this is potentially news to bulls and potentially something they can use. Let's see if the 5 has gotten reclaimed. Okay, so it did. Giving us kind of an objective to the 9, which we hit. And so, yeah, it just kind of plays into, does 279 get reclaimed, or do we just kind of like fizzle out from here? Because what you're noticing is, you know, you are now just like you need to, the objective simply is to just take out May 12th's high. That'll then lead you up to $6, obviously. But that's really going to be the spot, because if not, you know, what you're seeing is on the weekly, you are starting to put more, you're starting to shift more back into a downtrend again. Now, yeah, the monthly did trend shift. We'll still use that. But what you're noticing is each month after May, like in June, unable to get it up. And now here you're just back within hitting resistance, falling back almost under the 9. When this monthly 9 got reclaimed, this was important because, you know, we haven't actually reclaimed it since this breakout here in June of 2022. The reaction led to a 196% move up. So that was good, but if we end up losing this monthly 9 again, yeah, it's just going to solidify. This was a liquidity grab. This was a trap in the sense that we did trend shift. We didn't get followed through. And then this just reverted back into a downtrend. Again, the chart that just couldn't get it up. What's something actionable now we can play? Well, 279 is just your line in the sand. You need 279 to get reclaimed, preferably on a weekly or above. 279 will be a really nice zone for you. If you can actually flip 279 and hold it, then again, you'll just be looking like what occurred here, which was you broke above 279, held it as support, moved up from that point to the next zone. Just a range. Very well could be in a range. There is still hopium here that the monthly 9's holding, but you're not really getting that, like the reaction you want to see if you're bullish. More so, you're rather just turning into a channel that potentially is going to break down again. Let's see if I can draw a meme channel on this like that. So we actually are towards the end of it. Maybe next week you'll get the move. And that'll either be a break up to $6 or a breakdown. Losing this weekly 9 will, in my opinion, give you that next move to 87 cents. 87 cents to like $1.04. Still very low though. You broke out from here. You haven't tested it. This is a front run. So, and again, you all saw how I draw the mean line. So however much weight you want to put on it, you would then be looking at that as like the retest and then going up. This was like a fake out. This was trapping anti-longs. This formed the wedge. Why would we get a wedge here? Or a channel? Is volatility contracted? Because if you also want a really big move, we need volatility to support that. Do we even have a daily volatility set up? No, it's resetting though. I can draw a little better. You see here yesterday, you did reclaim 279. This is deviating now. This is potentially going to give you a short bias into today. If you're under 279 while staying under this channel, this will make it more likely that you're going to break down. Confirmation of that will be losing the daily 9, taking out July 8th low. Now there's just no hopium of an uptrend on the daily. This will go down to the 21, and at that point, you'd have to expect a breakdown. Confirmation of a bigger move down to possibly even all the way down to that $1 will be, yeah, if you close dailies under the 34, we can use that. Let's see what the 2-day is. Lots of chop on that daily. I'm sure the 2-day is better. Yeah, 2-day is a lot better. Huh, clean. Yeah, so you see the 2-day 9s, you're right there at 230. You start losing that 2-day 9, it's just going to break down. That's right sitting where the last daily higher low was. You see the 2-day tried to wick up and break out, but what's stopping us is the EMA 100. And more so, yeah, you do see bulls trying to pick it up here, but you're still under that 2-day SMA 200 even. Not the cleanest chart. This isn't even, I wouldn't even hold weight on that channel, TBH. Not the cleanest chart though. All you really can do is do this just to kind of show the lower highs. You don't really have, like, you can kind of aggressively do that, but it's not really clean. So I'm not going to do that. But this at least makes an easy perspective, which is, well, okay, we now know we need to take out that EMA 100, reclaim it. Taking out this high would then be the recipe to go up to $6. Until then, this looks like it's about to roll over. You're about to get confirmation of that. And the daily 9's about to get lost. So I'd be very cautious of this chart rolling over. Let's check the HBDR, because I do see the monthly trend has shifted, but you're not really getting a lot of strength here. And even more so, you kind of already had the breakout, and now you're just like flirting around the 78.6%. It's kind of interesting to see you're already at almost extremes on this monthly chart already. Oh, wow. Yeah, and We're already at the 2-week 100% range. So, if you needed more confirmation of this being resistance, there you go. That is why the 279 region will be very important to actually get above. This is a terrible chart. There's nothing bullish about this chart. And really, if you're not going to expand out of here, then this is just like baiting longs. It's going to be a race against time within this week, which today's Friday. So now next week, this has to break out or it's going to break down. So you would need to see this test around 215 again, and then actually break out with force, taking out this high, reclaiming back above 279. Then that'll really start looking a lot better. Because if we're not going to break out from here, it's just going to start looking like it's baiting longs on fake breakouts that aren't leading to anything other than bearish structure, all while you're at the 2-week 100% range. Now, I don't know if there's a lot of data on this chart, 2021, so that is the flip side. Let me just see, because I'll say that there'll be a lot of data. No, there's no data. I don't think. Yeah, here. Usually it shows like a dinosaur, whatever.
I always wonder, how do people find these companies?
Yeah, same. It's probably just someone, quick money. People want quick money. So probably someone on YouTube or TikTok talked about this is going to be the next short squeeze. And they probably want to hear our opinions on it. Because there's a lot of these charts I see on my own TikTok because I make those morning updates. So I just get the most absolute terrible things on my For You page on TikTok about investing and charts. And it's like, yeah. So probably that's exactly what has occurred. And they just want to see if that's even true. I will tell you that it's absolutely not true. This has maybe the potential of going to $6, but you're not really getting that confirmation, which will be taking out this high. Because even so, look at this. Like if I take out the HPDR, I know, it's not clean when that's on. So then we can look at it. What was all this move? Like, what did we do on this move? We went up here. We rejected. We came down. We got to bounce off the 9. Cool. Okay. Lost it. Almost hit the meme line. Perfectly fine. Rallied up. We reclaimed the 2E21. Cool. You then opened down. You lost it. So now all you're really potentially going to do is retest the 21. This is really subjective how I drew this. I could have drawn it like this, and I could have drawn it like that. I could say, well, look it, we're about to hit resistance. This is going to play out the channel, maybe develop it more before breaking down. I just won't say that. But the 21 is a very valid place, and this is just still looking like it rallied straight into resistance. Now it's right under 279, and now it's, to me, looking nothing like air under. Once you essentially lose that this zone here at $2, you are going to aggressively dump. It worked out very nicely here. And you didn't even, it was just right to the book, boom, hit resistance, you fell 43%. Here, boom, you lost it, right to the book, 2-week 9 rejection, leading you 88% down. Here you lost it, bearish retest, right to the book, leading you 53% down. See my point? Like, it's like this very well, once you lose that $2 region, 217, you're going to break down aggressively. And that's why I'm using simply the weekly 9. We can use the weekly 9 as that zone. Lose the weekly 9, it's going to dump. And that's just how this chart's been. You just lose the weekly 9, it just leads to dumps. So very easy. I won't disregard the monthly trend shift, though. I won't disregard that it is still holding support here. But now it's a race against time for bulls in the sense of they need to start breaking this out next week, or I do think this is going to just be a trap and rollover breakdown before going negative. No, I'm just kidding. Before going to the 80 cents, $1.80 at least. And if you lose this 89 cents, yeah, this is, I'm not even going to try to draw another line here. This is essentially cooked. It's a dead chart. You don't ever want to look at this again. And even if it reclaims back above 80 cents, it's like, cool, you very well could just get this kind of move. Spring off, and then it's just fizzling out. So that's all I have on this chart. Let's check the 6-month. That looks healthy. The 6-month high already be in, and this is just going to turn into a really ugly candle for that $1 zone. Let's see the quarterly, any hopium here. Maybe the 5. No, it's already on. This looks like distribution. These wick highs aren't able to get it up, right? This just looks simply like distribution to me. People are selling. It's like, yeah, I get the argument. You very well could squeeze at minimum to the 5, but how can you even think that if you're just still in a quarterly downtrend? And is that correct? Lower high, lower low. So it started here, lower low. Yeah, it's like you're kind of shifting it, kind of trying to, but no follow through. It depends how you look at it. Really, you should be looking at it like this. Major wick high rejection, lower high, lower low. Lower high, potentially a lower low. That's the right way to look at it. And even the closing basis. Okay, closed. I don't know. Yeah, so really, in my opinion, the easy trade is the monthly 9. You get monthly closings above 279. Yeah, 279. That'll look good. We can then make an argument to $6. Where's the 21? Huh, yikes. So when I see that, then I'll go to the 2 week. Let's cut that in half.
So he's going to 43 is what you're saying.
Basically, yeah, it's not right. This is $16. So let's go to the weekly because I don't think it's going to hit that. And it's like, yeah, maybe this ends up coming down. I do think $6 will be the spot. I'll be happily wrong though. If you get above $6 and it starts doing this, oh yeah, we're probably then going to go up and test this wick. We have this first, cool, and then this, probably that 23. Maybe this is the new range. It worked well here. Fun chart though. So this is what everyone wants, and you like the United States pattern it and go up, but yeah, more bearish than bullish. I'll just say that. And just in summary, just to summarize this whole thing up, you are literally at the 2 week 100% range. So statistically speaking, doesn't matter even what I have to say. Statistically, you're either then going to range for a little bit or for a while. And then I'm wrong on bulls taking the lead because remember, it's a race against time, or this is just going to start breaking down. So I think what's more likely is this because of where we're at in the chart. I don't think bulls are going to consolidate this for the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. Rather so, I think momentum stalling, and I think we're about to fizzle out. And that is why volatility here is about to reset. So I wouldn't be long in this chart. I'll be wrong if we start getting above 279. But until then, I'm actually going to be on the camp that the 6-month high is in. So I think the 6-month high is in. I don't think we're going to take this high out again. And it's funny how it stopped right at $3. Nice psychological number. So yeah, that's all I have on this chart. Really terrible chart.
Thank you so much. And Byron, I believe is next. BYRN for you, Mr. Farhan. BYRN. B as in boy, Y as in you, R as in retarded, N as in neutered. Thank you. Yeah. Now let me present NXTT as my favorite, the great Steven Van Meter. Have you guys heard of Steven Van Meter?
Of course not.
Oh, well, here we go. This is bad. I'm your host, Steven Van Meter. Thanks for joining me today. And today I'm going to tell you why this is bad. It's a dude that has, he talks about, the reason why I remember it is because you're talking about like your feed on TikTok that he's full of people sharing terrible charts. This man is the most bearish man in the world. The most. Okay, hang on a second. I actually feel like I need to do a little segment here. 1 second, Steven Van Meter. There's not a lot of things going on. Ready? You're seeing? There's a lot of flames and a lot of bad things.
Fire.
Lots of bad things are coming. If in case you haven't gotten with the program, and he used to start his videos by reading the panic at the top. I'm your host, Steven Van Meter. Thanks for joining me today. And the other amazing thing about Steven is he does some of his shows incredibly trashed, and he thinks no one can notice. He's fucking slurring left and right. That's goals. All right, that's fucking
hilarious.
Goals.
I might subscribe just for that.
That's what I'm saying. Everything is bad, but dude, you want to see when he gets fucked up. And also, you can tell that his body is going through some really hard times with all the drinking that he does. And he moved, or he lives right now in Disneyland. I swear to God, in Epcot Center, and he's always drinking blue margaritas and hanging out with, like, he's looking for his real love after getting divorced. This is an incredible story.
Wait, what's his name again? I need to subscribe to this.
Stephen Van, V-A-N.
Okay.
Meter, M-E-T-R-E.
R-E. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna get on this Stephen lore. I need to get on the Stephen lore.
There you go. You have to. And don't worry. His hair looks like that because he's absolutely sick. That's it. Okay.
Subscribe. Instantly subscribe. I'm gonna go into this.
My dream, I swear to God, and I tell Belen all the time, my dream is to go to Florida and just drink a blue margarita with that man. That's my fucking dream. And everyone loves him that knows him. They're like, dude, Stevie's such a good time. He's always like hanging out. Of course he is. He's drinking all fucking day long.
But he's fucked up.
He's the man. He's the fucking man, Alex. All right, I'm sorry. Let me present this.
No, that was a good segue. That was good. I saw it. I'm gonna look into this. That was good.
Good luck. Ok, estamos viendo NXTT, Next Technology Holdings. Parece que no, en verdad, no son los siguientes en tecnología. Tuvimos este tope en agosto del 2022, bastante extraño, que es cuando todo el mercado básicamente encontró fondo. Esto fue al revés. ¿Cuál es este tope? Veamos. Agosto del 2020 también. Es como una empresa que va en contra de todo, ¿no? Y lo tenemos en la de 2 semanas porque no hay datos. Literalmente esto salió en julio del 2020 y pueden ver que no hay volatilidad en la tabla, aunque se ve acá el extremo viene en esta situación y esta caída, pero nada más. No puedes ver ni las velas ni nada. ¿Ok? Cuando ves una tabla así, esto no es bueno. Todo el mundo está buscando intentar comprar esto en cero y que regrese a el pico que fue, ahí les va, $9,350. De $9,350 ha caído a $2.52. Pueden imaginarse lo que hay arriba, ¿no? O sea, altos, bajos, todo más bajo. Y ahora en la de 2 semanas estamos en una postura interesante. Yo me imagino que por esto la gente se está emocionando, están de, güey, velo, ve cómo está llegando ya al promedio del 21 y lo está topando y le está tocando y está rangueando. Yo creo que es bastante sencillo todo esto y es justamente lo que nos pone Alex en la mesa. Pones una línea justamente acá en donde había sido un gran paso, donde rebotó, lo intentó, él hizo el front run a ello, volvió a caer. Es más, ¿sabes qué? No soy tan extraordinario como ese güey. Ahí está, esa es la línea perfecta. En los 661. Vienes, caes, rebotas, vuelves a tocar esta zona, por fin la pierdes, intentas retomarla, pierdes, haces un bajo más alto, bajos más altos, y ha seguido siendo bajos más bajos, y este alto más alto que este no es un alto más alto que nada acá, ¿ok? ¿Y esto qué nos dice? Güey, pero es que ya está el fondo, ya estás encima del... No, porque si lo ven en la mensual, aunque parezca que estamos retomando el promedio del 9, en la mensual en el 1.57, esa en verdad va a ser la postura real de esto. Además, no tienes expansión de volatilidad, en realidad volatilidad está contrayendo ante este movimiento y eso que nos dice, corrección, tiene más probabilidades de ser una corrección que cualquier otra cosa. Voy a la de 2 semanas y pueden ver la resistencia con el promedio del 21 y en la semanal está por encima de todos estos promedios, pero volatilidad está cayendo. Ya nos dio este setup de volatilidad y ahora la volatilidad está contrayendo, lo que nos dice que esto es simplemente ¿qué? Una corrección. Y ahora, cuando lo ves en la semanal o en la de 2 semanas, por ejemplo, y pones el HPDR para que tengan una idea, esto ya tuvo movimiento al 100%. Cuando estás ya en la parte alta del 100%, esto quiere decir que tienes 0% de probabilidades de continuar. Y eso, digo, puede salirte tantito por acá y que vayas a tocar un poco más arriba, pero esto tiene más probabilidad, muchas más probabilidades de ir para abajo que cualquier cosa. El promedio del 9 debería de ser tu siguiente objetivo y el de cualquier persona viendo esta tabla. ¿Por qué? Porque el promedio del 9, si lo conviertes en soporte de verdad, esto parece que ya rompió y vino a recargarse acá, pero no, todavía no lo ha hecho literalmente soporte, no se ha convertido en ello. Lo que esperaría, técnicamente sí, pero no. Yo no lo consideraría con un tap que ya llegó, sobre todo con hacer este alto, un alto más bajo, un posible alto más bajo. Si vuelvo a venir a tocar este promedio del 9, muy probablemente lo vaya a romper y vaya a hacer algo así y dar continuación a la baja. Eso es lo que la tabla nos está diciendo en casi todas las temporalidades. Déjame ver rápido 3 días a ver cómo se vería eso. Gracias por desconectarme. 3 días, pueden ver por acá, que es también por eso que la gente se está emocionando. Y acá la cosa es, ¿va esto a aguantar de verdad o no? El 9 por encima del 55, interesante. Tienes el 21 que está a punto de llegar a ver si va a crear un cruce plateado. Yo pondría aquí a ver si llega este cruce plateado a darse. El rebote tiene que venir del promedio del 9, ya saben la regla, cruce plateado a la alza, rebote del promedio del 9 y nos vamos para arriba. No tienes por qué entrar en FOMO en esta tabla todavía. Y en realidad no deberías de hasta que te lleves este máximo por acá, que obviamente es una culerada hasta los $4 y cacho. ¿Cuál es? Vamos a ver. Me pongo mi mouse. Le pico high, 480. Y estás en 252, es literalmente 100% de donde estás. Esto tranquilamente simplemente se puede hundir. Y la zona no perder, una vez más, 161. Te llegas a llevar esta zona en el 170 para abajo y ahí quedaste, porque es lo mismo que estábamos viendo en la semanal. Vamos a la diaria. Diaria tuvo el cruce plateado aquí atrás y es lo que te dio este movimiento. Y literalmente estas cosas cuando te dan el cruce, te dan el movimiento el mismo día. No me gusta nada esto. Básicamente estás rangueando acá. ¿No? Ahora, lo único que tienes que hacer es dibujar esto. Rompes aquí a la alza, empieza a consolidar. Lo mejor que le puede pasar ahorita a este precio es que se quede acá donde está, tal cual, consolidando. Tal vez hasta acá en los $2, etcétera. Y de acá que rompa la alza. Se lleve este máximo y luego este. De lo contrario, esto tiene más probabilidades de ir para abajo que cualquier cosa, porque volatilidad en extremos te llevó aquí arriba. Y esto ve todo el extremo que requirió llegar a 480. Esto parece una jugada que ya jugó. Y es todo. Lo único que tienes que saber es, ponte al pendiente del 1.70, pierdes 1.70 a la baja, olvídate de esto y sobre todo si te llevas estos mínimos en 1.20, vas a ser un nuevo mínimo. Y para ser alcista quieres consolidar aquí en este rango, hasta acá, hasta el 1.70, poder aguantar y llevarte este máximo acá, que es ¿cuánto? High, 369, nice. Y este en los 420, en los 480. Una vez que hagas eso, esto se convirtió completamente en en otra tendencia completamente diferente, pero por ahora no lo es. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a lo que sigue. Creo que es Bayern, pero no estoy completamente seguro. Tengo las divisiones. What is the chart, Mr. Farhano?
BYRN.
Let me
One
see.
sec.
BYRN. Oh, no, it's Berna Technologies. Berna. Wow. Wow, what a dump. Holy shit. Is this the one that we were checking out before? No, this is a different one.
Oh, down 30%.
That volatility expansion too continues to go. That's crazy.
All right.
Let me cough real hard so people can hear it.
All right. Momentum is currently pointed to the downside, very close to breaking into the bearish control zone, while volatility is now approaching extreme lows, sitting at 25%. And the jewel is now on a pretty heavy sell signal, about to break out of the bullish control zone. Very close to making, well, it already has made a lower low. And see if there's a higher. There's currently a higher low on price, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence. Not quite confirmed just yet. You would have to close over $33.56 to confirm it. that is about 40% higher than where we are right now, a little bit unlikely. And you're also forming hidden bullish divergence on the momentum as well, although you still have that confirmation number to close over. Let's go to the 2-week. 2-week is currently still positioned to the upside, still pointed up on the pointed over the moving average, getting very close to getting out of the bullish control zone. The volatility is still contracting, still some hopium for a higher low. And as of right now, as long as we are holding over this 38.2%, there still are more favor in the bull side than it is in the bear side. And there is somewhat of a inverse head and shoulders forming right here with that coming down here. And as long as it holds this 38.2%, that idea of the inverse head and shoulders is still alive. It could even wick below this 38.2% and come down to this 55 EMA and this median. But as long as it holds the 38.2% on a closing basis, the idea is still alive. And it does make sense to get a pullback from this area because you are tapping basically the 88.3%. Weekly also positioned to the downside with volatility at 0%. The jewel is starting to lose the buy signal. Very, very close to getting the pink crossing over the yellow though. Probably in one or two more weekly closes, we will get that. Right now, we're just at the median, slightly above it by 3 cents. If we close below the median, that'll bring us a little bit lower to that 38.2%, around $20. Let's see where it lines up with this, basically right around that 38.2% is where we're looking to go next. And if the bulls can step in at that 38.2% area, maybe slightly below it, around $20, then you can get that hidden inverse head and shoulders to play out. 5 days also positioned to the downside, getting below the reset zone, also putting in the possible hidden bullish divergence with volatility now at extreme lows at 12%. 2 days also in the bearish control zone, positioned to the downside. Why won't this move? 2-day does not have possible hidden bullish divergence though, because we have taken out this previous low. Now we're going to be looking for a possible bullish divergence, which is not going to be possible until price makes a lower low. That would be a move into that $20-ish zone. Because for a bullish divergence, you need a lower low on price and then a higher low on momentum. Daily also positioned to the downside, getting a little extreme volatility as well, getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel, pink crossing below the yellow from very high up. This is a very, very bearish signal. You are getting to very extreme areas on the HPDR, around the 88.3% and the 200 SMA. Whether we're bullish or bearish, these are areas where you should expect somewhat of a bounce. And if we can get that bounce from around this $21 area, this is where I'm going to be saying that probably, at the very least, the medium-term macro or local bottom is going to be in. And that would line up with that 38.2% on the 2-week and fulfill that inverse head and shoulders. 4 hours also getting to very, very extreme areas on the HPDR, getting to extreme areas on momentum, volatility, sell signals about to break into the bearish control zone on the jewel. Somewhere around here is where you should be getting that pullback. I mean, the bounce. Monthly is currently to the downside with volatility contraction. We are getting very close to that 21 EMA. Also lines up with an area for, even if we're bearish, going to be a little bit of a bounce there. We're going to be positioned to the downside as long as we're closing below $27.42. But we now have possible hidden bullish divergence on the monthly, as long as we're closing over about $16.84. We could come all the way down to this $18.21 EMA on the monthly, and that hidden bullish divergence would still be possible, and you would still have that possible inverse head and shoulders, and that would be a pullback from the current wick highs of about like 30-ish%, and you go down to $21, $20, that'd be like 40%. Twice what it takes for a bear market in traditional markets. 2-week is currently also positioned to the upside, with volatility still expanding, and it's going to be positioned up as long as you're closing over $22. Weekly is currently freshly positioned to the downside, lining up with the idea of a short-term pullback, and you're going to be positioned down as long as you're closing below $32.39. 5 days also positioned down as long as you position with volatility contraction, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $29.94. 2 days also positioned to the downside with volatility expansion and a drip of death, and you are going to be positioned down as long as you're closing below $32.32. Daily is also freshly positioned down with volatility expansion from many periods of 0%, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $32.35. Let me see. Let's go to 4 hour. 4 hours now also at 100% volatility with momentum positioned to the downside, drip of death. So stochastic volatility is also at 100%. Momentum not, I mean, the moving average is not quite caught up with the volatility just yet. So if it did, you could still see a move down from here, which would be that $21 area. I do think we are going to see the bounce first, but it is still, you wouldn't be counting on that bounce until this moving average catches up with momentum. Right now, we are going to be pointed down as long as we're closing below $29.31. The time where you should start to expect that bounce and where the bounce is maybe actionable is when this volatility officially starts contracting. As long as it's an expansion phase, you should be looking for a lower theoretically. On the high time frames, this thing is still quite bullish. It's in a very strong uptrend on the monthly, and it's going to be an uptrend as long as this low is being held on a closing basis. And you still have a possible inverse head and shoulders with volatility now contracting on the high time frames with momentum pointed down. You have possible inverse head and shoulders on the 2-week, the monthly. On the low time frames, momentum is still pointed down with volatility in an expansion phase. Very likely taking you to somewhere around, if you continue to see move down from here, around $21 to $20-ish, which regardless of whether you see a bounce here or not, I do think we're going to tap that area. And once we are tapping that area, I do think that's going to be a high opportunity zone for playing the monthly trend and playing the inverse head and shoulders, also the monthly 9 EMA, and I believe there's a 2-week as well. Right around the 2-week 21 EMA, monthly 9 EMA, and quarterly 5 EMA. All of them line up in the same area. All of them would maintain the higher time frame uptrends, and that is where I would be looking for the bounce. The invalidation is either getting a tick below $13.68 or getting a weekly close below $20.57. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to bounce, and I think we're probably going to go to new highs.
Thank you. TLT for you, Alex.
Oh, I gotta talk about TLT. I'm already on TLT. I have been buying TLT and only talking about TLT the whole time. TLT. By the way, I'm getting into McLaren right now. Is the one with the star, right? Is that the one with the star or the one with the rings? That's the Olympics? What do you mean that's the Olympics? No, I'm talking about the car brand. Audi. Never heard of that before. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, back to TLT.
All right, thanks, Scott. Damn.
It's my pleasure having these type of guests. I'm your host, Steven Van Meter, and I'm also here right now drinking a blue margarita with you today. Soon, I'll be drinking with Steven Van Meter. Okay. Thank you, sir. Oh, wow. This is actually quite fucking bullish. It's just disguised as a non-bullish in the short time frames. Pueden ver esto, ¿no? Esta es una tabla bastante potentemente alcista, no les voy a mentir. Este sería el punto donde pondría la primera de estas, en la mensual, por supuesto. Punto interesante, intercambio de manos también por aquí lo ponemos. Sí, señor. Aquí, justo aquí. Aquí. Un segundo. Me veo algo. Ok. Aquí, definitivamente. Acá. Ahora. Esto, o sea, este está bien fácil. Solamente me gusta ver dónde está intercambiando de precios y qué puntos son importantes para la tabla para poder entender. Pero una cosa, pueden ver, hemos tenido este alto más bajo, pero este alto más bajo es más alto que este, interesante, y este bajo es mucho más alto que estos. Me atrevería a poner hasta una línea meme por acá para que lo puedan tener como referencia, aunque lo haría así. No lo pondría abajo, esto lo tomaría yo como un SFP, y esta línea debería aguantar también vara. ¿Ok? Como tu prima, carnal. Güey, no te metas con Lalita, ¿ok? Es inocente, solo porque le gusta el semen, no la hace. Perdón. Es viernes, ¿qué quieren que haga? Ok, estamos viendo Birna Technologies, o Birna Technologies, como se llama esta cosa, que aparentemente tiene que ver con el espacio y la defensa. Vaya, esto es una agencia de guerra. Bien, qué bueno que es tan alcista, perfecto. Esto se ve alcista, tienes un cruce plateado acá. ¿Y qué nos dice cuando tienes un cruce plateado mensual a la alza, damas y caballeros? Que el promedio del 9 es una gran oportunidad de entrada. Y todavía para agregar un poco más de coyuntura a mi análisis, acá tienes el problema, el promedio del 21 llegando justamente a la zona de los 13.62. ¿Qué me dice esto? Que muy probablemente esta es una gran zona de compra y esta es otra. Y lo único que tienes que saber es no llevarte estos 13 dólares acá, con que puedas aguantar eso. En ningún caso, estoy hablando, si esto hace así rápido, mal, te sales. Y la otra cosa es, si puedes, empieza a ver cierres semanales debajo de esto. Si viene y lo toca rápido y se va, bien, pero si ves cierres semanales debajo de este máximo, también podría ser la señal de que no estamos haciendo lo correcto en esto. Pero por ahora se ve bastante alcista, todos los promedios están en orden, tenemos el cruce plateado acá y esto es la temporalidad mensual. Déjenme pongo rápidamente el HPDR para poderles darle la máxima información posible. Oh, esta noche en Hechos, mi bigote continúa creciendo. Nunca nadie lo ha cuestionado. Ok. Tenemos la parte baja. Ven que en la mensual estamos perdiendo la zona. Perdón. No estamos perdiendo nada. Estamos un poco perdiendo el promedio del 9, que se encuentra en los 24.60. Y eso nos da una alta probabilidad de venir a sentarnos aquí en la parte baja de la zona azul, que son los 21.33. De no aguantar, 50% es el siguiente objetivo, una vez más, que se encuentra justamente acá en los 19.45 junto a mi línea meme, que es lo que yo esperaría honestamente, y tal vez una tomada de liquidez hasta los 17.49. Ese sería el movimiento perfecto para poder entrar y bolas para que pueda continuar subiendo. También Momentum está apuntando para arriba en todas las temporalidades altas y en las más bajas es un poco más bajista simplemente por esta gran corrección. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas, brother. 2 semanas tenemos volatilidad más o menos expandiendo tristemente, ¿no? Tristemente porque tristito se ve la expansión de esta volatilidad y esta expansión de volatilidad viene ante esta caída de 2 semanas y eso explicaría por qué es tan tristito. Ahora, también al mismo tiempo, vean que a esta cosa no ha estado en extremos desde el 2020, por lo que tiene más probabilidad de que esta volatilidad, si continúa expandiendo en esta caída, se detenga en el 92% y eso solamente le da un rango de menos de 30% esta expansión. Lo que te debería de poner a pensar qué tanta fuerza en verdad puede tener a empujar todo esto a la baja. ¿De verdad podríamos llegar tan acá abajo? Esta noche en Hechos lo sabremos. Ahora, semanal tienes contracción de volatilidad en lo que está dando este movimiento tremendo, lo que nos dice que podría ser una corrección semanal. Esta es una gran corrección, un gran dildo rojo. Además de que es un gran dildo rojo, también es una vela envolvente bajista. Déjenme, hago lo del HPDR y después les enseño eso. Estamos perdiendo la media que está en los 23.79, literalmente 19 centavos arriba. De poder retomar esa media, vamos a poder regresar a la zona de los 26.65. De perderla, iríamos a la parte baja de la zona azul con más probabilidades de ir al 61.8%. Y también tienes el EMA 100 aquí abajo. Este EMA 100 ha aguantado todas las veces, no lo esperaría ser tocado, aunque todo es posible. Podemos ver que esto fue antes de que los periquitos te dijeran, hoy se vienen los aranceles de Trump junto con la inflación. Y esto fue cuando Trump te dijo, va a haber una recesión. Y ahora estás aquí arriba. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tenemos que esperar en este momento? Probablemente un rebote, porque esto se está moviendo paralelo al mercado. Así que no veo esta corrección más que como una gran oportunidad para quien se quiera meter en esta empresa. 3 días. 3 días estamos entrando en extremos. Ese 78.6% está acá. Ves que el 95% es justo mi línea meme. Y nuestro promedio del 100 en la de 3 días está entre estas dos situaciones. Además, tienes volatilidad expandiendo justamente ahorita ante esta caída, lo que me sugiere que probablemente podamos ver esos $20 planos como una gran oportunidad, si no es que estos 19 en verdad van a venir a tocar. Diaria, expansión de volatilidad junto con este gran caidongo, y ahí estás a punto de agarrarte el S&P 200 y tu 97% en esta tabla justamente está en los 19.20. Denme un segundo. Les juro que estoy intentando ver algo, no nada más me estoy haciendo pendejo. Bueno, quién sabe, ¿no? Ok, esto en el 2022, ¿esto qué me dice? No encontré ningún otro lugar donde el precio ha estado tan abajo en el HPDR. Aquí donde está, sí, pero en el 97% no. Lo que la zona de máxima oportunidad para mí sería esto. Máxima. Donde estás ahorita sería una excelente zona de oportunidad y otra en medio para agregarle. Acá. Ahí les va. Quitando esto, haciendo esto. Hacer el amor con otros. No, no, no. Ok. Ahí les va. Más fácil no se las puedo poner. Oportunidades grandes sería donde estás, que sería esta cajita, ya la está tocando. Segunda sería más o menos por ahí de los 21.50. Y tercera sería entre los 20 y los 19. Esas son tus oportunidades grandes. ¿Cómo sabemos si estamos mal? 1. Empiezas a cerrar semanales por debajo de los 13.68. Por acá en semanal se va para abajo. O en un wicazo, así que venga de putazo. No, perdón, discúlpeme, brother. Esto no es correcto. El wicazo por debajo de este bajo elimina todo lo que te estoy diciendo que va a rebotar. Pero cierre semanal, y ahora esto es donde está, por eso para mí se me hace un poco más imposible este objetivo de aquí abajo, es por esto. Porque cierres por debajo de este 20.62 semanales, cierres semanales, diría que también vas para abajo. Ahora, si viene y te hace esto en putiza en 3 días, bien, agarraste la mejor compra posible. Y si no, va a dar continuación a la baja. Ahí lo tienes que irlo a ver paso a paso. Ok, vamos a...
TLT, let's go look at TLT, of course.
All right, let's check this out. Almost just dropped my laptop.
Not bad.
That would have been fun. All right. I'm on TLT. I'm like, where did it go? And I'm not talking on muted. All right, we're good to go. Perfect.
And also, let me ask you something. This is exactly because now that you expanded the chart, because your prices take quite a lot of the screen. I was going to ask you, are you leaving them on purpose or are you not? But now I see.
Yeah, just the self-adjusting of it all. But here it is, and what has been occurring? I mean, solid sell-off so far. It's really no difference, except on this 6 month, we actually had a nice reclaim of support. Now we've fallen through that, obviously, and we're just kind of in no man's land on the 6 month. But this is a pretty important zone for this chart, and you are at extremity lows. So, I mean, if history is going to be any indication, it's like you can draw another meme line here, of course, but this zone is essentially, it's like the 84 to like 83.30 is a bounce zone. And we've seen this before where, we had chop around this region, but I mean, even from this point, you did hit support at 81 essentially, and then made your way back up to around that 97. Yeah, it didn't, hold and kind of formed a lower high here, but then you came down and support held beautifully forming that price divergence, leading to a breakout. So would I be surprised if this made its way back to around that 84.30? No. I mean, to me, if we go to the monthly on this chart, it seems like it does want to swipe down and test this support again. But if this is still going to hold support, then I'm still going to be looking at that as just that, holding support. And then our objective could then be the monthly 9. Because what we've seen is once you do hit support on this chart, I mean, you do end up making your way towards either the 5 or the 9. And for me now, we do see that EMA 9 is right around 89.10. So, this is all kind of tying in nicely with around this region. You already have rejected the EMA 5. So if we ended up bouncing from this point, I would be looking at this 9 as resistance. And for multiple months so far, it has been. I mean, we see the reclaim and then you lost it. And then in March, April, May, June, July, like we've just been under it. This very well could move closer to this support line. If you get back above the monthly 9, though, I do think then this will be a really good sign, obviously. And then you'd just need to see that continue to hold. Because any time on this chart, you actually get back above the monthly 9. There should be really no reason why it doesn't hold. You reclaim the monthly 9 here. This should always hold if you want upside continuation. Now you can play you can hit the 5 before the 9. That just often shows strength. But you always want to start seeing the EMA 9 hold on a monthly chart if you're really trying to get bullish continuation. Let me turn Discord off. Just keep hearing it. And you just haven't had that yet. And so that can keep you at least in check on, being a mega bull or bear on this chart. You are still potentially in a downtrend on the monthly with this low. You need to take, essentially $89.35 out. And that's why, for me, the objective should be into this month, seeing the reaction around the monthly EMA 9. Now we can dissect this and go to the weekly. So what do we have here? Well, we now have that easy reference. We got to get back above this high. And really, in theory, this zone should be somewhat of a bounce zone. Because if you start taking out specifically June 2nd's low, I do think that's going to be a cause of concern. Bulls are using this little divergences here to maybe get us back into an uptrend. How will we know if this will be in an uptrend? Well, you got to take out, like I said, this wick high. And then retesting back above the 34 needs to hold. Because you've seen this again before where you get nice moves up to the 34, gets reclaimed, and then it fizzles out. So if you get 3 closures above the 34, I'll be looking at that as confirmation of potentially a nice price structure shift here. Off the back of low volatility on the weekly, you actually now have multiple session. You just have one, but you have 0 session low volatility. This is significant because when was the last time we had this? Let's see. It was right here, 2021. You had 2 session low volatility reads. This led to a move up, fake out. Bears took control. You lost the EMA 100. Volatility didn't reset. And then you fully expanded down here on this move.
You see what that date was, right?
Yeah, 2021, 2022. January. It was the end of 2021.
The bull market, right?
2022. Yeah, the bull market.
So the end of that was bearish. And now you know what this is, right? This is the ETF for the 20-year bond. So right now, in my view, it is creating a bottom. That's my bias, though. That's my bias.
No, definitely. And I see that. And that's why, for me, I'm also running on that camp. So I'm now looking at this as well. When I zoom out here, where are we? Well, we're just at major support. Really doesn't take a genius to see that. We also are at some pretty epic lows that we haven't tested in a very, very long time that we've now tested. We also see that the last reaction here, when we tested this, did give us some mean reversion bounce. And so, yeah, it absolutely makes sense to look for some kind of bullish continuation or something here, even a mean reversion bounce at that, because bears have essentially had a pretty easy move on this chart. I mean, this has just essentially gone down. It was literally off the back of this EMA, this SMA 200 on the weekly. You just lost it, rallied up, one shot. That was it. Major dump. Haven't tested it. That has moved all the way up from 141 all the way to 104. It's not bad at all. I mean, it would be nice to start seeing this, and this will obviously take more time. This doesn't move that much. This to move even more closer to 97. That would be amazing. That would even make it easier for bulls to reclaim it. For me, though, this move right here, if we rejected down, which we are, you actually am now starting to see, you do need to see a bounce here, because this is kind of like, it's still in a downtrend, but obviously things won't always stay in a downtrend. And these are often the beginnings of an uptrend, is when you start seeing a low, and then you see another low, and then another one, and then a high, and you're taking out all these highs, then you're coming down aggressively. You need to start seeing bulls actually essentially like bounce it from here.
You can add a little bit more to that, by the way. If you go back all the way to the beginning of the chart, these are higher lows, kind of like XRP, which is like very tiny higher lows all the way from versus the beginning of the chart. Like you haven't tested back the bottom, which is 80.
Yeah, that's true. So then here you really haven't tested that either around here. This was often the extremity lows. I mean, you only hit it here once, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in the history of this chart. So that's interesting. More of a reason too on why this could potentially be putting in some kind of bottom. I mean, trying to see here. I thought I saw it. Maybe the 2 will show up better. I mean, you can kind of see an argument for this to play out. If it comes down just a little bit more, I could see it. And then you'd get an inverse head and shoulders, often does form towards the bottom of sell-offs or the end of a trend. This then would solidify, this low's not taken out. This is the high, right? Bears want this to be the lower high, which again makes absolute sense. This is still in a very consistent downtrend, but you're not seeing these lows get taken out, specifically May 12th low. And May 12th low, bulls are going to be using that as kind of the spot. Also here, I mean, you had a breakout. Okay, cool. You just came down and you finally back tested this. And this is now flipped into support. So if you did end up coming back down, I mean, 84.38 still solid support until we lose it. You can just see simply the reaction from here. And from this point, this simple SFP here led you up 15%. So you would have, as a bull, been gauging this to get tested. This didn't officially hit it. This did officially hit it. And now you're starting to slowly see like the itchings of an uptrend potentially. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's totally out of question to be looking at potentially a bottom here. This, you can hold however much weight you want on this view. I just see it left head, right? Boom, maybe target to the 34. If you can get back above the 2-week 34, that often gives me a measured move to the EMA 100. Now, let's check the HPDR. Let's see what's up with this. Cool. So we see here $84. Getting confluence of this being support, bottom of the 38.2%. You are under the median, and that median is shifted down all the way to around 87.29. So it's really going to be dependent on that weekly, the 2-week 9 getting reclaimed. Let's see the weekly. So yeah, you still see the weekly medians right around that region. And this wouldn't even take out this low, and it wouldn't even invalidate what I saw on the weekly, which was this. It's not the cleanest because of this kind of far, but if like you came down, it still wouldn't be the worst. So, I mean, for me, you're just now, if you're actually looking at this to be bottomed, you just simply don't want May 19th low to get taken out. If in doing so, you take out May 19th low, you're going to then end up going all the way back down and testing 81.11. You'll be at risk of a monthly breakdown. And yeah, I mean, at that point, this will be the 6th time we've hit this support on, let's say, the weekly. We've only hit this a few times. Each time we have hit it, it has led to a bottom, or at least a mean reversion bounce, right? Like here, hit it, a 12% bounce. You came all the way down, took out the lows, didn't close above it, under it, and then from that point was a pretty nice move. The bottom, essentially. Takes time though. So, yeah, I mean, this chart, you know, let's really see and watch. You know, though, when to confirm this as bottomed, in my opinion. That's very easy. You get back above the monthly 34. The weekly gets back above the SMA 200. So you would need that to then keep going more down, ideally, to get bulls the upper hand. This could easily just keep doing this. This is moving down. It kind of just starts moving like that. So then you get back above this region, that'll be very, very easy and good. And then the 2-week as well. It's all the same zone. It's like getting back above the 2-week EMA 100. You can start it though with the 34, and that's what I was talking about. The 34 often is like the spot. The more higher time frame you go, the more resistance, the better resistance it becomes. So, you know, we simply S&P'd it. You've just been rejecting it this entire time. Lower highs on these moving averages. And that's why it's going to be really key to see bulls not take out, not to really see this low get taken out. You just want this to be somewhat of a higher low, higher high, higher low, and then you get confirmation of the trend once you actually take out April 28th high. This is still in a downtrend though. You do have a 2-week evening star as well, and you are getting follow through. So you, in theory, are going to go down. And if this does end up taking that high out, that'll be a good sign for me that there's probably a lot of, you know, shorts trapped here. If you can do that, I don't know if you can even counter trade this. I guess you would just short. Counter trading this would just be like playing the markets, I guess. And yeah, that's all I have, because that is a legitimate concern. And you do still just have lower highs. And this very well could just be a lower high with an evening star. And that's why I will say that. But if bulls can get the bounce here, you know, this is like kind of where we need to bounce. You don't want this low getting taken out. And if so, we take out, you know, that evening star high. We then will be back within this range, 87, like $88. And that often does take us back to around that $98, $97 region. So yeah, that's all I have on this chart. This isn't really fun. I will say,
it's boring as fuck. It's bonds, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. And it will be interesting if you do end up taking these lows. Like, yeah, that'll just be really massively odd. So,
well, that means the dollar went to 30. The DXY went to 30. The bonds are at like the 10-year bond, instead of like being capped at 5% right now as a local top, would be 7%. So that means interest rates would go higher right now, which they're not.
yeah,
I know what everyone's saying. I know that everyone really thinks that Jerome Powell's going to hike rates. I know that that's the fear that they're putting in everyone's mind, but they're not. Don't be fucking retarded, people.
yeah. I don't. If that's what that would mean, that rates are going to go through the roof, then yeah, this is most likely bottom then. So, but yeah, I don't think they're going to go through the roofs, and I definitely don't know a lot. But I know that I don't think they're going to do that.
Let me ask you this. Look, let me give you a simple example. This is what distracts people so much. Ford came out and told everyone, go buy a Ford right now with employee discount before they go up in price because of the tariffs. The dude, and by the way, I don't know why the CEO of Ford's on a national press.
That. What the hell?
So he said that. And by the way, every car company said that. I'm just giving you Ford the example because it's the easiest, most findable one. So Ford goes, all right, tariffs are coming, inflation's coming, prices are going to go up, but we're so nice to you that we're going to give you employee discounts. Come get your cars. So people ran the tariffs because Scott and everybody was saying,
Oh, it's a brilliant move to go buy a car right now before inflation hits.
do these people not have a business? That's none of my business either way. Let's go. So everyone buys it. They go and they all fucking go to the Ford dealerships and buy with the employee discount like the retards that they are, before understanding that no one has money. But whatever. Prices, guess what happens to prices in those cars? They don't go up. What happens is everyone that was waiting to buy a car went and bought it right now because they were in the sidelines. So all the sideline people went and bought the car, or a lot of them. Then numbers went fucking historically down. Remember the video that I sent you where the guy's like, I can't sell my fucking $2,000 cars. Okay.
Yeah, I watched
that happens.
Okay.
So that bullshit happens everywhere. And everyone's like, fuck. After the tariff purchases, no one's coming to our dealerships. So Ford came out yesterday or like a week ago, and they're like, now you can come get a Ford, 0 down, 0 interest rates, and 0 payments for 3 months. Now, let me ask you something. Does that sound like prices went up?
Not at all.
No, right? And also, if Ford's offering 0% interest rates, can you tell me how are people going to afford higher interest rates and how that makes any sense in this economy? It doesn't.
No.
This is just literally music for retards. Like, it's crazy what people believe, in my view. Like, insane. Like, you have to be a completely blind person to just watch a CNN and then eat CNN cock at night, and the same thing with Fox News and all of that. Like, crazy stupid.
Yeah.
Sorry, just had to explain that.
No,
It's retarded.
Absolutely. Very retarded. And I agree. I do think this is grinding out a bottom. I do think that honestly, this low may hold then. October's low may hold.
Mm-hmm.
I do think this channel is going to be valid. Again, we know if this is going to break down. If we just start closing monthlies under here, great.
Yep.
Probably will break down. That's easy. But very well could just play within here. And all this will do then is get exactly what I want, which is maybe then that weekly SMA 200 starts coming more down. Now, this will obviously, again, take time. But that the closer it gets to price, the more easier it will become to reclaim it. And then once you get back above the SMA 200 on bonds, I mean, that's when the fun begins, truly. Boomers love the SMA 200. They love it. And it's like, that's the bull market. This is the bear market. You can just, it's that simple. So if you want this to go up massively, it will be better for us if this comes down towards the mean line. Because we flirted with this a bunch of times. So then if we can actually break out, bounce, and hold it while reclaiming that weekly SMA 200, yeah, this will be epic, actually. Because what you don't want, and it very well could happen, let's just say this thing just starts moving, and then you do break out, you get above the EMA 100, that moves you up to here, and then you just simply reject. You just like take out all these highs, deviation. That wouldn't be fun. So it's always nice when you can just see like a major moving average get more closer to major resistance, which has already been shown here. But regardless, we are just watching the levels. Let's really watch the weekly 9. That is rejecting still. Let's take a look at the monthly 9. That is still rejecting. And then most importantly here, the daily EMA 100 is right there. And that's what we're under. So if all those 3 things can get reclaimed, it'll start on the daily. Then yeah, this thing will start looking a lot better. And remember, bottoms are low to form, and you can get a few bites of the apple before you break out. This is a good example here. I mean, we understood 81 was a good bottom, but look how many times it needed to test it before. Boom, boom. And then it just grinded this out, played within it.
And he does the XRP bullshit, like those lower lows, those higher lows are so not those. The lower fucking Jesus Christ. The higher lows are tiny, very tiny. Like it looks like it's gonna go back and grind another bottom, but he doesn't.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like ever since those lows, it never went back.
Trades like it does trade. Like I thought you meant it trades more like a shit coin, because what you have is like a very easy trend. But I see what you're saying. These ones here, this right here, I see it now. It's like boop, boop, boop,
Wait, what happened? Oh,
boop, boop, boop. So I see what you're saying. Dirty
it's
higher
so
low,
stupid.
but it is. And then it comes all the way down like an altcoin, takes out the low, and then bottoms.
And then the next low seems like it's going to take that low out, and he doesn't. And then also on the next phase of that same drop.
Boom, boom. Here you had one, a very dirty one here. Didn't take it out. That's funny.
Look at the one on the right there.
This
That one was close too.
Yeah, it was.
It's such a piece of shit.
Yeah. Huh. Well, that's all I have on this chart, though. I guess I
I'll
can look
give
at the 6 month here. Wow, that's really just been sold down.
Mhm.
Give the cross here, 921. So a minimum, if you can get back above that, like really, yeah, it does seem like the big move lies with just getting back above that 100.
So
Like,
which one is the first big red candle on the left? Like on the right? Like the first one on the drop. Left, that one. Left. The big fat candle to the left.
Oh, this.
That one. When was
Yeah.
that?
January 2020.
All right. So we understand that the market or Bitcoin, for example, ever since it's when it found its top and then it went into a bear market, but then Bitcoin went from $14,000 or $15,000 to 117 ever since that shit started to go down. So the reversal's coming, which is what my argument is.
I see.
So you can imagine what happens at first.
So yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's not bullish for the markets.
So then that's why you even if you're gonna go down here, this is like your blow off top in markets.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then you reach the end. And then, now this doesn't look clean, but if you start going to like a monthly, it kind of does look better. And then there you go. And you don't even take this out. And we already know that this thing loves to be dirty with higher lows. Maybe it's going to get very close to this low.
Maybe it'll take out that low, but not that one.
That's true, though. Maybe it will do that. It just won't take this one out. Because I don't think this low will get taken out. So then you can use that as your gauge. You could swipe down and take this, but if it doesn't even take it out, let's say it just holds this channel. Yeah, this could be like your blow off top what we're seeing on Bitcoin, 130s, 140s, even higher. Because this would mean that you're going to go down. 1.71 minimum. Maybe it does take this low out though, 3%. That's still a big move though, I feel like, for this. So 1.1, like 1.5 to 3%. Okay. So yeah, that's all I have. And you very well could do that. And then this would just make this more tight. You'd come up here. You could reject again going into the end of this year. You could actually start a bear market. And that's actually an interesting view. Then I'm going to be looking at this because if you are right, and if this does the inverse correlation, like bull, and then if this goes up, we can maybe gauge, even if it's going to just test this zone, when we're going to get a pretty epic correction on markets. So this is valid though. I think this channel is valid, and volatility is pretty low here. So yeah. All right. Well, cool chart.
Can I show you a cool little story real quick?
Please.
Let's start with this one. Let me see if my screen's being shared. Nope. There. So Ford announces they're offering employee pricing to all of their cars, all Americans, for 2 months after President Trump's Liberation Day speech, just to avoid tariffs, right? To avoid the inflation prices. Well, Ford, June 18th, Americans work hard. Shouldn't they also play hard? Ford and Lincoln are offering employee discount pricing in everyone in America. This is before inflation kicks in, okay? This is June 18th. So remember, every retard still thinking that inflation's coming.
Okay.
And this is today, basically. You can see it here. Ford replaces, one second. Here we go. Ford replaces employee pricing incentive with 0 down and 0% finance. Where is the big inflation that's coming, boys? This is why it's so stupid to have to listen to all these people that literally went to school to talk about this, and they don't understand the basics of economics, which is simple. Are people fucking broke or not? It doesn't matter what you think price is going to do. Are people broke or not? That's that. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And by the way, you tell anyone this, they think you're crazy.
They think you're crazy.
Everyone thinks I'm crazy. Yeah, with this. Even though it's right there, like you see it, but I'm crazy because on the news they're telling them, prepare for inflation. They've been prepared for a year. God damn it.
I didn't even realize the quarterly there has a hammerhead slightly. You could
a little hammerhead. You have the silver cross, but also these charts bottom like close to the silver cross.
The point being is on the very left, that major, I guess it's not a hammerhead. Never mind. It looks almost like one. I can see
this top one, right?
Yeah. No, the big one. Big one. No. Under 98, 98.03.
1 second. Oh, this one. You mean this one?
Yeah. The big green one is what I'm looking at.
This one. No, yeah, but he does have like this top. It's a little bit of a doji hammerhead.
Yeah, because then I'm like, that low is, I think, the low we were talking about. Unlike, I don't think that's the low we want.
This is the way I see it. Like very simple. Like just like XRP and barely has it. You see how he barely angles up? I do think this trend line can be touched and then go up without breaking this low.
Still plays into the October 2nd low, doesn't get taken out, I think, right at 82.50. So we very well could go down a little bit more as long as we just don't take out that 82.
And be fine.
Yeah, still be fine. And you get your blow off top. So yeah, I see that actually.
Almost there with a blow off top too. Who would have thought? Who would have fucking thought? Look at us. Look at us. Not us. Not us. Thank you, sir. We're going to do Mr. Garlic Bread afterwards with some XRPs.
Perfect.
All righty. Vale. Esto es TLT. Esto es el bono de 20 años. Esto es un ETF que representa el bono de 20 años. Necesito que pongan atención en esto rapidísimo. ¿Cuál es este tope? 2008. Octubre del 2008. Y esta caída al fondo del mercado. ¿Cuál es este tope? ¿Cuál es este tope? Perdón. Enero del 2020. Y desde entonces cayendo, pero no fuerte. La caída fuerte empieza acá, que es esta fecha. Octubre del 2021. Cuando cripto empieza a caer, ¿ok? ¿Y qué quiere decir esto? Toda esta bajada empieza con una bajada de mercado tradicional y después un súper pompazo, ¿ok? Básicamente hasta enero, ok. Acá, esto fue el fondo del mercado y de cripto. Y después cayó más y esto hizo que la bolsa subiera. Es bastante sencillo de entender porque es momentario y después pasa lo contrario, ¿ok? Entonces, aquí, si pueden ver, esto muy a la XRP nos está haciendo, porque el fondo, acá tengo una línea de tendencia roja que sale hasta acá. La puedes ver, ¿no? Déjame, me acerco un poco más para que la puedan ver. A este ETF le encanta hacer bajos más altos, pero por nada. Estamos hablando de que este bajo en el 2004 fue en el 80.43 y este bajo en el 2023, básicamente 20 años después, solamente unos dólares arriba, para que entiendan, ¿no? Lo que están viendo. Ok, ¿por qué es importante saber esto? Porque si todo el mundo te está diciendo que va a haber más inflación, ¿no? Que acabo de literalmente enseñárselo a Alex, se los voy a enseñar en español. Esto fue cuando dijeron que presidente Trump y Ford iban, bueno, que por las acciones del presidente Trump con todo el día de la liberación, Ford iba a dar incentivos para que todos los americanos pudieran comprar coches con empleos, con descuentos de empleados en Ford, ¿ok? Esto fue lo que te dijeron en abril 3. El 3 de abril viene la inflación, ustedes lo saben, se los han dicho 1000 veces, entonces los coches Ford van a subir de precio. Esto es abril. Vale. ¿Qué pasó después? Ford anuncia en junio 18 que ustedes pueden venir a comprar cualquier Ford o Lincoln a precio de empleados. Bien, aguantaron bien los descuentos, ¿no? Bueno, me imagino que ya viene la inflación y cambiaron toda su propuesta. Ahí les va. El día de hoy, Ford reemplaza el descuento del empleado con 0 de enganche, 0% financiamiento y no sé cuántos meses sin que pagues un centavo. ¿A alguien le suena que viene la inflación? Levante la mano, porque eso es lo que te está diciendo todo el mundo. Dime, ¿por qué Ford es tan buena onda y continúa rebajando sus precios con todo y que ellos mismos nos advirtieron y en comerciales dijeron que iban a subir de precios? Y esto es importante cuando volteo a ver este gráfico, ¿ok? Porque este gráfico lo que te está diciendo es, si los intereses van a subir más, porque es lo que todo el mundo está diciendo, porque la inflación está subiendo, porque es lo que todo el mundo está diciendo, ¿no? Esto debería de caer. Si eres y estás en ese campo, tienes que hacer esta apuesta y apostarle en contra a lo que te estoy diciendo. Porque aprendiste, lo viste en CNN, lo viste en Fox, lo viste en CNBC, lo viste con tu Paco favorito, que te va a decir que la inflación va a continuar junto con esta inflación. ¿Vale? Apuéstale al contrario de esta tabla. Esta tabla va a ser esto. Y al principio, en todo este movimiento de aquí a acá, el mercado va a estar en un mercado bajista y no mames. Y para arriba, alcista. Y sé que suena raro, pero así es como funciona esta tabla. ¿Ok? Estos son bonos. Entonces, ¿qué estamos viendo? En la trimestral, damas y caballeros, tenemos un cruce plateado. Lo que te haría pensar todavía tiene más para abajo, ¿no? Definitivamente. Aquí la cosa es, de este mínimo que había hecho antes, no lo vino a hacer este mínimo no ha roto, continúa siendo un mínimo más alto, este es todavía un mínimo más alto que el pasado y estamos acá chileando. No nada más eso, quiero que vean esto. Estamos casi en el punto más bajo de volatilidad de esta tabla. Esto quiere decir que va a venir un movimiento agresivo muy pronto. Le gusta de aquí rebotar y a extremos, ¿ok? Lo vieron acá, este fue el 2020, lo que dio ese subidón, solamente para que tengan referencia. Fue lo que nos llevó a máximos históricos, ¿ok? Ese setup de volatilidad. Ahora, esto podría jugar a la baja, por supuesto, y llevarnos hasta abajo y que los intereses suban a 40%, ¿vale? Como te dicen todos tus pacos favoritos. Pero ¿cómo le va a hacer Ford para venderte más coches? O para engañarte más a que vengas a comprar. ¿Cómo van a hacerlo? ¿Qué van a hacer? 0% interés con intereses más altos. Van a perder una fortuna en sus coches. ¿Qué van a hacer? ¡Ta madre! De verdad, nada me calienta los huevos porque ¿saben qué? No es tanto que la gente se equivoque, que estén, me da igual, pero que le vean la cara de pendejo a todos ustedes, a todos nosotros. Que nos digan, no, te vamos a ofrecer empleos de descuento y que todo el mundo siga cayendo con estas. Así es como le quitan el dinero a la gente y es lo que están haciéndole a la gente. Están literalmente haciéndolos ir a comprar cosas ahorita una y otra vez antes de la inflación. ¿Por qué? Porque había un chingo de gente que tenía dinero que estaba en la banca esperando a entrar al partido con su dinero. Y ahora lo que han hecho, estos güeyes que son muy inteligentes, les están diciendo a todos, no te esperes en la banca, carnal. Esto se va a poner todavía peor y están haciendo que la gente compre con los últimos gastos que tienen. Eso quiere decir que están extendiendo el tiempo en el que todos tienen que sufrir con los intereses así para poder vender esta agenda. ¿Ok? Por eso me emputa. Y me emputa que los periquitos de mierda sean gente que hayan ido a la escuela. Apenas yo acabé la puta preparatoria. Y eso porque hice trampa toda la preparatoria. Y esta gente fue a la escuela para estudiar esto y te están diciendo que va a venir la inflación todavía. ¿Qué más quieren de evidencia de solamente ver lo que el güey de Ford te está diciendo? Y esto aplica para todas las de coches y todo eso. Por el amor de Dios, por el amor de Dios. Normalmente cuando el mercado se ve más bajista y que todo se va a poner todavía peor, es el fondo. Y eso es lo que estamos. Y es lo que les dije, va a haber un blow off top, van a venir, ahorita la narrativa la están empujando, todo bien, va a haber inflación, porque en la mente de todos ustedes, recuerden, No estoy jugando a analizar el mercado con las tablas y todo esto. Estoy analizando lo que me están intentando vender y por qué. ¿Qué reacción va a tener en la gente? Y eso parece ser lo que mejor funciona. Los que han estado aquí por un rato, chingada madre, ¿qué año? ¿Qué año lo han visto? El año pasado fue un añote cuando le pegamos a Coinbase, al gas natural, a Bitcoin, a Tesla, a Rivian, etcétera. Este año es otro nivel. ¿Por qué? Porque nos hemos vuelto mejores en discernir la información que nos dan y en vez de ver la información que nos dan, queremos entender por qué le están diciendo a la gente esto y qué efecto tiene en la gente. Va a venir la inflación más arriba. Vayan y compren inventario, vayan y compren su Ford. Están haciendo que la gente que está en la banca entre al partido a comprar y se gaste su dinero. Son unos genios, pero no dejes que te apendejen a ti también como a los demás, aunque esos güeyes hayan ido a la escuela y tengan MBAs, MDs, la chingada. No puede ser. No caigan en estas tonterías. Es por eso que me frustra tanto. No por nada más, solamente porque, güey, esto nos debería de ofender a todos de una manera impresionante. Imagínate que tus papás, cada que salieras de la casa, o tu esposa, tu esposo, te dijera algo para que cayeras en una trampa, diario. Es lo que te están haciendo diario, tío. Es una locura, una verdadera locura. Vale, TLT. Hemos caído desde el tope acá en el 2020 hasta acá. ¿Esto qué nos dice? La economía ha estado en la mierda desde entonces, después de la gran infladota de dinero que le metieron, ¿ok? La economía, la bolsa, una vez más, la bolsa sube una vez que llegamos acá y también tiene una vez más, diferentes impulsos dentro de esto mismo. Pero el primer impulso hacia arriba o hacia abajo es negativo para el mercado y luego positivo. Siempre es lo mismo. Y este impulso para arriba va a hacer que los intereses bajen y ahora todo el mundo entrenadito, pensando que cuando los intereses bajen, todo va a volver a subir por inflación. No es cierto. No es cierto. Y yo sé, van a salir ahorita todos los güeyes que fueron a la escuela, que tienen sus canales de YouTube, van a salir a decir que estoy mal. No es cierto. Esa es la de 3 meses. Vamos a la mensual. Un poco de lo mismo, simplemente estamos rangueando en esta zona. Por cierto, hiciste este máximo y tienes un máximo más alto por acá. Tienes este mínimo y tienes un mínimo más alto. Oficialmente estás en una tendencia alcista dentro de esto. Y ahora vas a tener en la mensual expansión, ver esto, de por sí ya tienes expansión de volatilidad acá por encima del otro y también no viene el punto más bajo, pero interesante. Esta volatilidad simplemente está jugando, no está empujando todavía. Yo creo que cuando la veamos expandir un poco más fuerte, tal vez por encima de esta línea ya certeramente en esta mensual, vamos a ver al precio hacer algo más. Esto va a ser una buena tabla para ver, para entender que hay un cambio en la dinámica de mercado, ¿ok? Por ahora, me atrevería a ver esto así. Quiero ver la trimestral de un segundo y ver que exactamente venimos de la zona más baja y estamos subiendo a la parte de la zona azul, caemos y ahora estamos una vez más en el 78%. Pueden entender por qué tienen muy pocas probabilidades de dar continuación a la baja. Muy pocas. Y el 78% aguantando por acá, no creas un nuevo mínimo. Sería lo que ha estado haciendo la tabla todo el tiempo. ¿Eso es posible? Sí. Está literalmente a $3 de ahí. No es nada, es un movimiento chiquitito de 2-3%. Pero el rebote de acá a la alza va a ser brutal. Porque tienes todo este camino para acá. El 120 en esta cosa es posible. Ahora, estas tablas son mensuales, trimestrales, toman tiempo. Toman tiempo. Y para mí no vale tanto verlo con esto en temporalidades más cortas, porque esto es un asset muy diferente a lo que nosotros nos gusta apostar. Ahora, esta cosa, vamos a bajarla al 15%. Última vez que llegamos al 15% acá, tenemos expansión de volatilidad, pero de nuevo, todavía no te está dando el movimiento, todavía no lo está pintando. Continuamos acá, de nuevo, alto, un alto más alto, mínimo, un mínimo más alto. Continuamos, ¿ok? Un segundo. Semanal.
Semanal.
Pueden ver que continuamos con lo mismo, bajo más alto y continuando esto. Por más que parezca, de nuevo, los momentos más alcistas, esta es una divergencia alcista. Esta es la M de McDonald's al revés, si lo quieren ver así. Esto normalmente, esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro, hasta acá. Y una vez que rompamos esta zona en los 100, vas a explotar a la alza. O sea, solamente es un patrón de fondo lo que sugiere esto. Y lo puedes hacer también acá. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y acá simplemente la tendrías que hacer así para saber cuándo esto va a petar. Una vez que cruces esto, por acá de los 90, tu promedio del 55, vas a empezar a tener consolidación por acá y esto va a tener un movimiento que reviente a la alza. De harina, diaria. Continuamos un poco de lo mismo. Nos gustaría no verlo ya, crear nuevos mínimos. Se puede llevar tranquilamente los 83.32, está cotizando en 85.79, pero definitivamente el que no se quiere llevar son los 82.46. Si se lo lleva, va a tomar más. Esto podría caer hasta acá. Sería legal un bajo más alto o un doble fondo antes de hacer el movimiento que va a dar. Entonces, para poder saber dónde TLT se vuelve alcista, simplemente empezar a llevarte este máximo en 88, vas a empezar a formar esa estructura. Después, los 90, después, los 94. Y si eres bajista, lo único que tienes que hacer es llévate primero los 85.43 para abajo, que es este mínimo. De ahí llévate los 83.33 para abajo. De ahí llévate los 82.44. Y ahí vamos a ver si te llevas el fondo del fondo. ¿Ok? Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Damas y caballeros, ¿qué continúa? ¿Qué sigue? XRP, Mr. Farhano.
Alrighty. So momentum on XRP on the quarterly is still positioned to the upside, positioned to the downside very slightly, rejected at the bullish control zone, but now it has freshly broken into the bullish control zone. This is the first time XRP has been in the bullish control zone in the monthly since 2017. The only time ever that it's been in the bullish control zone since the 2017. While volatility is still expanding in support of it and the jewel is still in the buy signal. Right now, we should assume that it is going to be bearish as long as it's below this wick high of about $3.40. Let's draw a little bit of a horizontal thing here at this level. As long as it is below this $3.40 level, you should assume anywhere around this area is going to be a bearish retest, especially around this zone right over here, which we are rejecting so far. And as close as you can to this area that you can get short, it would be logical. Like if you were to take this wick high, this is a little bit of a high risk, but in your favor would be somewhere down to this, at the very least, is 5 EMA, which is a 30% move. And then this 9 to this 38.2% is another like 40+% move. But the second that you break that $3.40 high, even on a tick basis, that's where price action is once again gone into price discovery. And this thing is very likely going to see a couple of, or at the very least, a few earthy green dildos after breaking this. And whenever you break major wick highs like this one right here, how much of a move up did we get from that move on the same candle? We got this from this wick high to this wick low. And that'll give us a number of somewhere around $5.38. A little bit above $4, actually even a little bit above $5. Not quite that $6 number that we've been looking at for the longest time, but maybe we never actually hit it. The $6 number was just a number to get us excited. I mean, $5 is pretty awesome. That's like the beginning of the cycle at about 28 cents. Let's be a little fair and take it at 38 cents, 30 cents. So $5, that's like a 1,000 1,576% move. I don't know what more you want. I guess it's not $21. Monthly is also just about to start flipping back up with the reset zone. Monthly is putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out all of these lows, putting in a higher low on price, while volatility is very close to getting back up. It's still below the moving average. Monthly is putting in a sell signal on the jewel, but it has not confirmed just yet. We still have a month, 20 days left to go in eternity in cryptocurrency land, and we are heavily above the median right now. Median's at $2.19. What we want to see is a close over this 38.2%, which lines up basically with our current all-time highs at right around that $3.29 to $3.40 area. We don't really need to get a close over all-time highs. We just need to get a close over $3.29. If we can get a takeover all-time highs, that's probably be enough for the breakout or close over this 38.2%. That would be the same thing. If we got a close over the 38.2% of the monthly, that would be the same thing that we got right over here, where we've been all the way up to the 88.3%. Right now, I'm not saying we're going to go to 88.2% because it's at a very insane number. It's at $13. But is it really that crazy to tap the 50% at $4? Not really. 61.8% at $6. Come on. Okay. So, 2 week is now also positioned to the upside. Let's see if 2 week broke the low. Yeah, so 2 week doesn't have any possible hidden bullish divergence because we did get a lower closing low. Let's see. Oh, there's a higher low, however. So there's a 2 week bullish divergence because we have a higher low on from this low here and the lower low on price. To confirm that, we will need a local bottom. To get a local bottom, we need one close over $2.32, 3.327, which we are right now a good amount above. And we are also at 38.2%. So this candle close in about 9 days will very likely confirm bullish divergence, and that will have a target of our current all-time highs. Right now, we are very close to getting into the bullish control zone on the 2 week as well. The last time we freshly broke into the bullish control zone was right over here, and that was after we broke into the bullish control zone, another 222% move to the upside. While the jewel is now losing the sell signal. The last time we freshly lost the sell signal on the jewel on the 2 week was back over here. And then we did from here about 553% to the upside. Weekly is now also flipping back up, getting back to the bullish control zone, pretty close to getting back into it. Have we got any divergence on here? No. We're getting volatility expansion with the momentum to the upside. Weekly is also losing the sell signal on the jewel. 5 day also getting back into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion. 5 days already switching to a buy signal on the jewel. We close in about 3 days, and we're very close to closing over that 38.2%. That's what starts one of these nice rallies right over here, where it closes at 38.2% and goes straight up to the 95%. That right now is at a pretty insane $10. Probably not going to go there, but really that crazy to go 5, 4? Not really. 2 day also in the bullish control zone, positioned to the upside with volatility expansion. And now the 2 days about to get an amazing buy signal on the jewel with the pink about to cross over the yellow. Light blue is in the bullish control zone, already getting over the 78.6%. If we can get a close over there in about 7 hours over 279, that should take us into our $3 area, right close to our current all-time highs. Uh-oh, fuck, I accidentally pressed the wrong button. 1 sec, let me share it again. My bad. Okay, go to the daily. Daily is also positioned to the upside, getting a little extreme, getting around 86%, not quite topped out just yet. While volatility is also expanding, jewel is also buy signal, basically about to break into the critical zone, very close to breaking into the critical zone. We're getting a rejection right now from the 88.3%. So if we do get a close like this, probably we'll get a little bit of a pullback to tap that 260s area, but high probability while the 5 EMA moves up will be a reconnect with the 5, and it is a high probability of a bounce in that area. So if you wanted to, you could use that 260s as your entry, and your stop loss would be about like 250. You're targeting about $3.30 from there. So let's see. About let's say 4% against you, versus even to $3 is around 15%. All-time high is around like 30%. That's pretty good. 4 hours also still positioned to the upside, but volatility is expanding. The jewel is giving you the God mode background, but we don't have a sell signal just yet. We have a neutral signal. This momentum and volatility with the jewel combination is what I told you that this move to the downside was one that you'd want to buy. And especially since you came pretty close to that 5 EMA, basically front ran it by a couple of bucks. It's at $2.68. Our wick low is right now $2.70. So front ran it by like a cent. And right now, the closer you get to this wick high, you are going to be in the zone where you should be closing your long. Like anywhere around this zone to this zone, you should be taking complete profits if you're long, and you should be switching to a short based on how extreme you are in the HPDR. You have right now at this area a 5% chance of continuation. So the closer you can get, ideally you can get your short right over here, then your risk is less than 3%. Then you would take your profit from your long, and then you just flip short. And if you get stopped out, you just long again, and you've only taken a 3% loss. Okay, now we'll go to nothing. Two weeks now putting in that hidden bullish divergence on the RSI as well as the HPDR momentum, and that will confirm us with any close over 2.327. So right now, how much over are we above that? We're about 20% over that level right now. And our easy target off of that is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now is at about $3.37, basically our all-time highs, and that's the easy target. And then since we're volatility is at extreme lows right now and just about to start expanding from those extreme lows, let's draw this horizontal line. That 15% number. And since we are getting that volatile expansion of those extreme lows, pretty likely that we will tap that critical zone, which is going to update, but right now it's at $7. I'm interested from the 2-week time frame. Take this from these highs, these lows. This gives us about a medium-term target of around $4.50. Weekly, is it putting? Let's see. The weekly is already confirmed another drive of hidden bullish divergence. Now it's got 3 drives on the set, and that is going to be active as long as you're closing over basically $1.96. You are now getting volatility expansion on the weekly from 0%, and your next target is the critical zone, which sits at just over our current all-time highs at 382. Days. Well, it's got hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over 190, and your next move is into the critical zone. Right now, that's at 316.
Damn, XRP's breakout.
XRP BTC is looking very interesting. Kind of looking like it's closing up right after a little bit of a bull flag. But what's going to be confirmation for me is if we can get a weekly or a quarterly close over that 21 EMA, right over that many zeros 2637 area. If you can't get a close over there, then you're probably at the very least going to be retesting this major wick high, which at that is currently, like, I can't see what number that is, 86, 87% higher than where we are right now in terms of the Bitcoin value. It kind of correlates with those higher up targets of around $5. 2 week is about to put in hidden bullish divergence on the Bitcoin pairing, breaking up above all of your major EMAs. Your easy target from here would be your 200 SMA. That right now is around 30% higher than where we are right now. XRP looks like it's about to break out on the dollar pairing and the Bitcoin pairing. And your easy target, you won't be able to get target from this hidden bullish divergence because of all the zeros. That would be the simple moving average, however, which is a very heavy move to the upside. Lines up with that 200 SMA, maybe even higher than that. And the confirmation is basically a formality because you'd have to close this, draw this with the line so it's easier for you to see. You have to close all the way basically right there. Above, anywhere above that area, and you will confirm it. How much are we above this? By about 17%. Volatility expansion with that hidden bullish divergence as well. Two days got many drives of bullish divergence. 3. And it's going to be you're also getting volatility expansion from many periods of 0%. This is one hell of a United States setup. And you are now getting a buy signal on the jewel as well. Very, very close. The pink and the yellow are now. Actually, the pink is slightly above the yellow. So you have gotten the cross. And you're getting it in the bearish control zone. The last time you've gotten this cross in the bearish control zone was right over here back in November of 2024. Let's mark this with a vertical line. This one here. Mark this one here. Right there. These two are more perfect crosses because the light blue is more bunched up, as you see right here. This one, the light blue, is a little bit further away. It's more similar to this one right here, although this one, light blue, is still closer. This one is a lot more similar. How many examples will we get? Okay, this will be the last one. Because these seem to all be very insane moves. 332%. 33%. 33% is about the same number we're looking at right now. Tap that 200 SMA. So 100%. And that 33% move is against the Bitcoin pairing. So the dollar pairing is moving a lot more than 33%. 12%. 17%. Even though it was a trap, it's still double digits. Or not a trap, but even though it failed. 13%, 15%. 42, 67. This one was very big. 68, 212, 248. As of now, about 20. We take it to about 60. Our first move is about 30. It brings us to that 200 SMA, right around this breakdown zone. Take it to 60. 60 brings us right around these. Let's zoom out a little bit. 60% brings us right around these previous highs. Very interesting. This was the highs from January 2025. This is when we were hitting our all-time highs on XRP. Daily as well. It's got bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you are closing over about many zeros 2159, and you're already in the critical zone. 4 hour, nothing. Let's switch to the momentum. Oops. Quarterly momentum is pointed very strongly to the upside with volatility expansion from the lowest point ever, and we're going to be pointed up as long as you're above 87 cents. That should probably told us that XRP was still bullish, so that quarterly was pointed so strongly to the upside. 6 month, this one's not really relevant because it's too high of a time frame, but it is going to be pointed up as long as you're above 53 cents. Monthly is just about a flip back to the upside, and it will flip up, maintaining the bullish control zone as long as we close over $2.44. The last time monthly momentum freshly flipped to the upside was right over here, right in this zone, and then price went up another 63% to the upside. This for funsies, let's take 63% or 60%. Brings us to about $4.50. Very interesting because that was one of our RSI targets. 2 week is now getting that just went back below the moving average, but has not closed just yet. We get to close in 9 days below the moving average, then we'll get volatility contraction. But based on how these candles look, kind of unlikely. 2 week is also about to flip back up, and it will flip, reject the bearish control zone, and it will flip up if you close over 272. The last time 2 week freshly turned to the upside was back in this zone here before you went pretty insanely to the upside. Weekly is now getting that volatility expansion, but momentum freshly flipped to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 235. Friday as well, volatility expansion from extreme lows. Momentum freshly flipped to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over $2.30. 2 days as well, volatility expansion from extreme lows, and momentum is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 259. Daily as well, volatility expanding from 0. Our momentum is starting to flip to the downside with volatility at 2 periods of 100%, and we will be flipped down as long as we're closing below $2.93. That is basically around these wick highs. And that was also that meme line that I had. No, take this to about 260. Okay, so on the high time frames on XRP, it is starting to look once again extremely bullish. The momentum never flipped down on the quarterly time frame. On the quarterly, it always remains to the upside and remains very strongly to the upside. And here right now is at about 87 cents. Month did flip down, but it's very close to flipping back up. We're already over the pivot. We're putting in hidden bullish divergences basically on all of the high time frames. Right now, on the low time frames, we are looking a little bit, we should be a little bit cautious. We're not exactly bearish, but we are at very extreme areas on momentum and volatility, and on the HPDR, very extreme areas on the low time frames with volatility at many periods of 100%. So anytime now you are going to get that mean reversion. And right now, the closer you get towards around $2.90, based on probabilities, you would be in a short zone, whether you're this candle's wick high around $2.97 as your wick high, as your stop loss. And because if you get any tick above that area, you're very likely going to shoot to through $3, probably somewhere around $3.15 to $3.30, maybe even our all-time highs. That's why you would want that 297 as your stop loss. And as long as that 297 area is holding as your temporary high, you're very likely to reconnect with that 5 EMA around somewhere around $2.60 to $2.65, and your stop loss for that short would be right around $2.51. And from there, you likely will go towards your current all-time highs if you even get that correction. And your invalidation right now is getting either a tick below about $1.61 or a weekly close below $1.90. I don't think that's going to happen though. I think we're probably going to, if we do get that pullback to 260, 265, very likely it's going to get bought up and probably goes into the threes to the all-time highs after that. Even the Bitcoin pairing looks bullish and is forming hidden bullish divergence.
Very, very nice, sir. Thank you so much. You guys go out there and enjoy your Friday. Is there anything you want to add before you jump out?
No, sir.
None. I'll see you boys on the Discord, and I'm always looking for new setups. So more closures equal more data, which gives us more trades. So just watch the alerts.
Take a look at Tesla is the only thing I'd say, because he was getting close to our short zone whenever you get a chance. That might be interesting and an easy one. Not entirely sure. I haven't looked at it today, but it was getting close to the 311, 315. It was at 308 last time I checked.
I see that.
Yeah. So let me know if you do see it, and if you still do see the short, etc. Then
I do,
that
yeah.
could be another one to play.
I'll post that actually right now.
There you go.
SMA 200 short with a stop at like 319. Simple.
Yep. Perfecto. All righty, boys. Enjoy your weekend. Don't masturbate too much.
Noted.
Take care. Bye.
Hasta luego and buenas tardes.
Hasta luego, señor. Thank you. Ok, XRP, damas y caballeros. ¿Ven por cómo estas chingaderas sí funcionan? Una vez que rompes acá, la cosa es no vino a retestear todavía. Y siempre tener en mente que esto tranquilamente puede hacer esto y después otra vez otro paso para arriba, antes de que crean y se sientan que ya se perdieron el gran movimiento y el FOMO y todo eso que estamos viendo por acá. Vamos a empezar en temporalidades altas, vamos a empezar en la trimestral. Ya saben, XRP lleva un rato en este planeta, ¿no? Tenemos datos desde el 2013 en esta tabla de Bitstamp y XRP ha tenido su máximo histórico justamente en esta vela. El máximo histórico es de $3.4 por XRP, que pronto se va a convertir en la moneda de reserva del mundo, ¿no? Interesante XRP para la gente que se ha perdido todo esto de Ripple o que sea, es en el 2018 tuvo este tope, ¿no? En $3, $3.3. Luego, el 2021, el ciclo del 2021, hizo tope en abril, cuando todo el mercado hizo tope en básicamente esta vela. Entonces, XRP se adelantó al movimiento. De acá tuvimos este gran tope en enero del 2025, junto con todo el mercado, aunque sí creo que Bitcoin también en el 2025, en enero fue cuando topó, si es que no es diciembre del 24. Es igual, da igual por un mes. Y de ahí hemos estado por acá. Pueden ver lo importante de estos cierres más altos en todos, y ahora este podría ser el cierre trimestral más alto de toda la historia en $2.79 con este breakout que estamos viendo. Si XRP se puede quedar por encima de los 2.72, vamos a tener más probabilidad de ir a buscar estos 3.30 por acá que a darnos una vuelta para abajo. Además, tienes volatilidad había expandido en esta temporalidad y ahora continúa su trecho al techo, pero ha estado hablándose un poco, van a necesitar un poco más de fuerza, momentum para poder darse hasta arriba, aunque momentum está apuntando para arriba también en la trimestral. Vamos a poner el HPDR para que también lo puedan ver. Vamos a ver dónde estamos parados en todo esto, si estamos sobrecalentados, undercalentados, ¿no? Güey, deja de invertir palabras en tu pochada. Ok. ¡Wow! XRP literalmente vino al 61.8%, que se encuentra en los 2.94, y de ahí, si puede cerrar arriba de 2.94, el siguiente objetivo es 27. Esto, no, tranquilos, por favor, no estén fumando crack todavía. Mensual, volatilidad está contrayendo, lo pudimos ver ahí abajo, y el precio de XRP en la media vino a recargarse muy elegantemente antes de ir a buscar la parte alta de la zona azul, que se encuentra en conjunto con mi línea meme en los 3.29. 3.29, arriba de 3.29 tendrías aire limpio hasta poder ir a los 4.15. 4.15. Momentum estaría apuntando con un cierre mensual. Todavía faltan 20, 17 horas, que en cripto es un chingo. Si este pivote mensual haría que Momentum vuelva a apuntar para arriba de 2.44, $2.44, ¿ok? Más o menos por acá, para que lo tengan presente. Por ahora, el cierre más alto de toda la historia en XRP son $3.03. Así que nos gustaría poder romper eso y también poder ir por encima de los 3.26. 3.29, si podemos hacer eso, estamos viendo los 4.15 y todavía faltan 20, 17 horas para cerrar esto, así que hay grandes probabilidades aún. 2 semanas nos está pintando un setup de Israel explosivo a la alza, por supuesto, porque siempre ganan. Entonces, solamente tenemos que hacer que la línea de colores pase por encima del 15% y explote a la alza. Y básicamente eso empujaría esto muy, muy alto. La última vez que lo hizo 500%, por lo que si esto se llega a dar, no me sorprendería ver el 78.6% tocado y eso está en 588. Ahora, depende de esto y que se dé la alza, ¿ok? Semanal no está dando la previa de la de 2 semanas, venimos de un periodo de nula volatilidad y ahora el setup de Israel está empezando a dar frutos. Y ahora vamos por acá, una vez más, los $4 se hacen presentes. Suena que los $4 van a ser algo definitivamente que podría ocurrir en XRP con más probabilidades de que no. Además, habíamos roto ya la zona azul. Queremos aguantar, si somos alcistas, el 2.69, nice, a la alza. Y de ahí poder llevarnos los 3.14. Si nos llevamos los 3.14, vamos a poder ir a romper estos máximos por acá en los 3.4 y ahí ir a buscar nuestros $4. Este setup de volatilidad tiene que continuar empujando. Así que vamos a ver si lo logra o no el gran XRP.
5 días, volatilidad expandiendo en la de 5 días también.
Por supuesto, este es un setup tremendo. Al igual que los demás, vimos que el 61.8% nos ha rechazado perfectamente. Queremos tener cierres arriba de 2.98. Este número por acá sigue apareciendo, 2.98, 2.98. El 50% coincide con mi línea meme en la de 5 días en el 2.72. Queremos cerrar por encima de eso. Cada que cerramos por encima de esta línea meme, llegamos a la parte alta. Entonces, si podemos cerrar esta vela en 3 días y 7 horas encima de los 2.72, vas a tener más probabilidades de ir a buscar estos máximos históricos que no. ¿Ok? Además de que tienes el promedio del 9 a punto de cruzar el 21, lo que indica fuerza, junto con tu volatilidad explotando a la alza bien parada. ¿Qué más quieres, tío? Oye, pues, ¿qué más quieres, brother? Diaria, XRP en el 88.3% con volatilidad expandiendo después de nula volatilidad. A mí no me vienen a decir mamadas, damas y caballeros. XRP le gusta ir a extremos en las barras y estos extremos tranquilamente podrían ser este 4.2 o este 3.59. Así que no me preocuparía todavía por acá, menos viendo volatilidad en el 78, 73%. A esta cosa le gusta estar en volatilidad al 100% por un rato. Interesante cómo XRP vuelve a verse muy alcista después de ser la primera en verse muy bajista. Y ahora esto señala que va a haber, ¿cómo se llama? Altseason. No. De nuevo, no. Van a haber alts que peguen, pero no es lo mismo de lo que vivimos en el 2021. Yo sé que todos queremos regresar a esa zona donde todos éramos felices comprando muñequitos y nos hacían mucho dinero. Eso no suena factible por ahora. Lo que suena es que hay varias monedas que son utilizadas como puentes de dinero, como Ethereum, XRP, Tron, que van a estar acumulando volumen a través de estos años y esto probablemente es lo que va a subir. Ahora, por ahora somos alcistas. ¿Qué nos haría bajistas? Tener cierres o cualquier wicazo por debajo del 1.95. Si vamos y vemos que, para empezar, la primera zona a perder son los 2.14. Pierdes los 2.14, muy probablemente vas a ir a estos 1.95 y ahí cancelaríamos todos los planes para hacernos ricos y estaríamos yendo a buscar nuevos mínimos con un bajo. Este es una mamada porque no ha podido pasar estos máximos de acá. Y acá vale la pena poner una línea de puntitos. No, tío, pues ponla de puntitos. Que no se te pase. Bueno, esos no son puntitos. Bueno, esos son puntitos. Ahí está. Queremos que XRP rompa esto si somos alcistas y no queremos que rompa una vez más 2.15 para abajo y después, sobre todo, menos 1.94 a la baja. Eso nos estaría diciendo que esto fue un alto más bajo que que nos está engañando a todos con este movimiento e iría para abajo. Así que ahí lo tenéis. Ahí lo tenéis. 8 de la mañana. Hang on a second. Denme un segundito para poder traerme por acá y ahí lo tienen. Perdón, es que no encuentro mi mouse. Ahí está. O es que no tienes mouse, Alejandro. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Es viernes, váyanse a disfrutar. Me voy a reventar una hamburguesa de In-N-Out el día de hoy. Se me antojó muy cabrón. Ya saben, todo esto continúa de acuerdo al plan. Lo hemos estado platicando desde hace cuánto tiempo. Necesitamos este blow off top, esta euforia con todo la narrativa que están trayendo. Esta narrativa viene acompañada de buenos resultados económicos que no son reales y también de inflación. El hecho que la gente esté educada pensando que la inflación hace que el mercado suba es en lo que les están vendiendo en este momento. Ya se los enseñé en Twitter, se los puse en X, la foto de Ford diciendo: vamos a ofrecer esto para cuando subamos los precios después. Y luego vamos a extender esto. Y luego vamos a ofrecer más descuentos. Así que no caigan en tonterías. Vamos a tener esta fase eufórica. No sabemos cuál es el tope. Es imposible saberlo. Lo que sí es, podemos apoyarnos en el sentimiento de los demás, de las buenas noticias. Es cuando parece que el mercado ya no puede bajar. Ahí nos vamos a voltear y veremos esto de otra manera. Hasta ahora todo continúa de acuerdo al plan. Absolutamente todo. Y los que han estado acá todo este año, bien, todo continúa de acuerdo a lo comentado, lo platicado. Y vamos a ver, ha estado muy divertido este año, honestamente, entre tradear, invertir y también leer las noticias. Ha sido muy divertido encontrar un nuevo ángulo para todo esto que nos ha funcionado también. Podríamos decir de lo mejor que personalmente me he encontrado. Así que con eso los quiero dejar. Continúen viendo todo. Siempre pregúntense por qué están diciendo esta noticia, por qué le están repitiendo, por qué están usando al CEO de una empresa una y otra vez para esparcir este tipo de noticias y qué es lo que quieren de la gente. El motivo de lo que quieren ahorita para que todos piensen. El motivo por lo que quieren que todos piensen que los intereses van a continuar subiendo es para que todo el mundo que fue inteligente y dijo, güey, me voy a esperar, a cierto punto va a tener todo que bajar. Quieren que esa gente se dude, esa gente vaya y compre coches y efectivamente todo el mundo y casas y lo que fueran. Y efectivamente, cuando ellos se le acaben el dinero de contarte estas mentiras, de traer a esta gente para que gaste hasta el último centavo, una vez que eso se exprima al final, vamos a vivir lo que tengamos que vivir, que no sé qué vaya a ser. Igual y nos imprimen mucho dinero, no tengo idea. Solamente tengan eso en mente. No caigan en la narrativa de la inflación. no vean nada de los aranceles, es la estupidez. A menos de que tengas un negocio que te importe, no te debería importar para absolutamente nada. Literalmente, si alguno de ustedes se ha beneficiado de las noticias que salen todo el tiempo de que los quitó, los puso, etcétera, díganme. Cuéntenme por qué y cómo lo hicieron. Me interesa saber, igual yo estoy mal, pero a mí me ha funcionado muy bien entendiendo que es puro palo, entendiendo que la gente no tiene dinero, que los precios van para abajo y esto será efectivamente puesto en el mercado. Junto con todo lo de Forex continúa, dólar va a encontrar fondo, los bonos no van a ser un nuevo máximo histórico, bueno, un nuevo máximo local arriba del de octubre 23. Todo va a continuar para abajo, el dólar va a rebotar para arriba, las otras monedas van a irse para abajo, vamos a estar en una recesión mundial si es que no está empezando internacionalmente y somos los últimos en declararle en Estados Unidos. Todo esto está relacionado, pero por ahora lo que quieres ver es las narrativas, es lo más fácil de continuar siguiendo, ver lo que están haciendo la gente. Cuando te digan, güey, ve un dato y ves que el dato lo repiten, como el de Amazon, ha tenido 40% menos de ventas del año pasado. Altos históricos. Se los dije y voy a continuar diciéndolo para que no caigamos en estas cosas. Y una vez que lo aprendan, ya me pueden mutear y se van. Les mando un abrazo. Pórtense bien. Gracias por Toño de Valdés.